support the Vasaloppet. We are the second, I believe, the second largest ski race in the United States after the Bellringer, which is in a few weeks in Wisconsin. We've had a fun week here. We put up our celebration tent a few days ago, and on Wednesday we had bingo in the celebration tent. On Thursday we had Taste of Vasaloppet craft beverage tasting, including local beers and ciders brought in, as well as some food, and boy, was that fun. If you're interested, come up a few days early and join us for those things in the future. And then Friday, we had a pasta feed last night to help our skiers with the last minute meal as they were pulling into town if they did spend the night here. And we had a community party with live music in the celebration tent last night. So quite frankly, we've been partying for a few days now, all in the name of skiing. Today, again, to review that schedule, there is a pancake breakfast at the Masons Lodge. Farther down Main Street here towards Quick Trip, south of me, and that is from 8 a.m. to noon. Our mass start, we are now under 1 hour for our mass start for our long races today, which are predominantly skate style, is at 10:30 a.m., and that is the mass start for the Vasa and the Dala. Those are our two long races today. The Vasa is 48K and the Dala is 34 kilometers. Then 1 hour later, at 11:30 a.m., we'll have a mass start for the Bellringer 15K race and Team Freestyle 15K race. A little bit of information about the course today. You're going to go in a predominantly counterclockwise lap style fashion. And again, I said those distances. The Vasa long race, 48 kilometers, is 2 laps, 2 full laps. The Dala, 34 kilometers, is 2 laps. However, on the second lap, please look for your turnoff point so that you don't ski farther than you need to complete your race. The Bellringer is 1 full lap. Bellringer and team race is 1 full lap today. The team race is done in a manner such that all of the team members ski at the same time, and then their times are averaged together to determine which team had the overall fastest race time. We will have an award ceremony today. Again, the last few years we haven't done that due to COVID modifications. We're back to full up and running normal scheduling and interactions here, having made it through the worst times of COVID. And today, the award ceremony in the celebration tent hosted by the Kranskoulas will be at 3 p.m. Tomorrow, the award ceremony is a little bit earlier, 2 p.m. in the celebration tent. And again, tomorrow we are focusing classic style skiing. And how fun is that? You could come to our community and you could actually ski back-to-back races. You could ski a skate race today and a classic race tomorrow. And it is my personal suggestion that we should offer an award for people that do that, a special medal for people that do back-to-back long races, classic and skate over this weekend. So tomorrow is all classic races. Again, 10:30 start time right here on Main Street. We'll have the classic, which is our longer 42-kilometer race, and then our half classic 20-kilometer race. Those both start at 10:30 a.m. And then 1:30 p.m. tomorrow over by the elementary school, between the elementary school and the Nordic Center there, we'll have our Mini-Loppet Kids race, which you can still register for online, half a kilometer, 1 kilometer, or 4 kilometers. And the Kranskoulas, the kids get their own medal from the Kranskoulas, and they get cookies and milk when they're done with their race. It's so fun. Come and see those young skiers. I do have a nice interview list set up for you today. So at about 1:45, actually in just a few minutes here, Katie Kerr, our Vasaloppet board chair, will be joining me. We'll do a short interview, and she will wish the skiers well and have a message for the skiers today. And then around 10:30, I'll be talking with John Larson, our Fax Track representative, which is our young kids program. That will predominantly be while the skiers are out on the course. And then this afternoon, after the Bellringer, I'll have the high school and junior high ski coaches come in and chat with me a little bit about their season, which I do believe the high school ski team in particular will have some exciting news to share with us about going to the state meet. All right, so if you're just arriving, you'll find parking on either side of Main Street here, and packet pickup is in the big white celebration tent at the end of Main Street. We do have porta potties near the celebration tent, and then also just to the side of the headquarters building here, where you see the 4 flags flying. We have our United States of America flag, Swedish flag, China's flag, and Japan's flag, and that is where the World Vasaloppet races are held. So if you do all 4 World Loppet races, you get a World Loppet medal. And again, historically, we've had international visitors who are striving to compete that classic series, or Mora Loppet World Series, Vasaloppet Series. I do believe that COVID has kind of reduced the number of international visitors, but we do have 2 Swedish reporters here today covering our Vasaloppet. And again, our sister city is Mora, Sweden. If you're looking at bibs today, the red bibs, the red lettered bibs in the thousands will be the Vasa racers. So those are long race skiers, our longest race today. If you see a green lettered bib, that is our mid-distance race, Dala skiers. And then our black lettered bibs today will be our Bellringer and team skiers. So the color of the lettering on the bib will differentiate who's doing what race if you have any questions about that. If you are here spectating, of course, our start-finish area right here on Main Street is a wonderful place to be, but we do have a few other options for you if you wanted to get out and about. If you wanted to go up to the Vasa Hills north of here, northeast of here, and sneak in by the soup stop area there, that's a good place to spectate. Also, spectating right at the Nordic Center, that's easily accessible by car, would be a good place to be if you wanted to catch someone going by on their first lap, perhaps. And then finally, right here in Library Park by our bell tower, as you watch people climb the hill coming off of Mora Lake, up Bell Tower Hill, is another good spot to spectate. We do have a bell tower here in town, which is very similar to the one that is in Mora, Sweden. And we also have a skier statue by the stoplight as you pull into town that is similar to the one in Mora, Sweden. And as a matter of fact, we have the largest Dala horse in the state of Minnesota, which is also Swedish. Historically, it was a child's toy to play with. Skiers who win their age classes today will be getting a Dala horse direct from Sweden, made at a small factory just outside of Mora, Sweden. I myself have toured that factory. They are hand-carved and hand-painted, and boy, oh boy, are they a fun way to remember your race day today. It's going to be a beautiful day out there. We have partly sunny. You might even want to wear some sunscreen on your lips or your cheeks or your nose. Definitely sunglasses might be in order. We'll have a high of 40 degrees later this afternoon. The last time I think this race was this warm was approximately 10 years ago. Oh, someone just said, I think 1981, Chip says. I remember a warmer race since then. It was the year I skied the long point-to-point race, 58 kilometers, and it was so warm that I remember people finishing on Main Street without shirts on or wearing sports bras, and so we might get that warm today. And minimal wind today at 6 miles per hour, which will also be helpful. Don't forget your soup stops are out there. The longer races will have 3 soup stops on your course, the Dala and the Vasa, 4 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 21 kilometers, on a lap. And those soup stops will be serving water, Gatorade, and Ekström's blueberry soup direct from Sweden. That is a dried blueberry beverage with some sugar added to it, and it is a warm beverage. Also, energy gel, cookies, and first aid. Also, dropout assistance will be provided at those soup stops. And thank you to so many volunteers, hundreds of volunteers in this town who contribute to the Mora Vasaloppet, whether it's financially, whether it's as a kranskula and wreath making and putting medals around people's necks, whether it's snowmaking, trail maintenance and improvement, the Mora Ski Club and ski culture support, our ski coaches. This is our proudest moment every year. This is our proudest time. And all the board members who put in countless hours towards supporting the Vasaloppet. If you see the ladies in red out here on the finish line area, they are our kranskulas. That is a tradition carried over from Sweden. And kranskula means wreath girl. In Sweden, they also have a wreath boy called kransmas. And in Sweden, it's a young woman and a young man who actually is quite competitive to be that year's kranskula or kransmas. And they have to be elite skiers and otherwise accomplished. It's a competitive process. Here, our kranskulas are members of our community who are very involved in ski culture and longtime volunteers. And as we say here in Mora, once a kranskula, always a kranskula. And so every year we have a lead kranskula who keeps us all organized and keeps everything in order. And this year's lead kranskula is Dana Woods. Dana Woods is a wonderful member of our community. She's a dietitian at our hospital. She's supported her kids through skiing, who have now moved on, even, I believe, having finished college or nearly finishing college. And she has done a fabulous job this year leading our group of kranskulas. Those kranskulas, this is their favorite time of year, folks. Putting that medal around your neck when you get across that finish line and celebrating your accomplishment with you is their favorite thing to do. And Dana today, as the lead kranskula, will get to put wreaths around the winners of the long races next. So it is 9:45. We are about 45 minutes out from our mass start for our long races today. Again, that's at 10:30. If you're just arriving, packet pickup is in the big white tent at the end of Main Street. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to Mora, Minnesota for the Vasaloppet USA. Don't forget to visit the Swix Ski Wax tent for some last minute glide. Just over here by the headquarters building. And I have here with me Katie Kerr. She's our Vasaloppet board chair. And we're going to do a short interview here with her, and she is going to welcome the skiers and have a special message for our skiers today. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So just to get started, to review, our Vasaloppet board is all volunteers excluding one paid administrative person who does a lot of behind the scenes work. How many people sit on the board presently?
Yes, we have 11 volunteer board members right now.
And how long is the board chair position?
Okay, 2 years as board president, and then we kind of take turns. So.
And how is your reign as board president going?
It's going good so far.
What are some of the other major roles that some of the board members do?
Well, of course, our trail. Your husband is a big part of that. So maintaining our trails, the snow farmers, a lot of them we're all, I would say, working board members, you know. So we all sit on the board, but we have special duties and kind of our own niche. And so we have everything from maintaining trails to marketing, to fundraising, to putting the skier lunch together, awards, all of our Dala horses. There's just a lot of details that we all kind of work together to take care of.
What is your favorite thing about being part of the Vasaloppet?
Oh my gosh. I think just today. I mean, and tomorrow, like just the community coming together. It's so fun to see. I was just in the tent, people hugging, like it's been a few years since we've had a tent, and I'm sure since people were able to even do that. So I think just seeing everybody so happy to be here and the community coming out to support our skiers, it's just it's so fun to see. So
what would you say the future goals for the Vasaloppet board are?
Okay, so I think we want to be, we have so many volunteers, and we have Don Olson who, volunteers his tractors for snowmaking and trail maintenance. And so it would be great if we could purchase our own equipment. I think fundraising is a major thing. We'd like to come up with another way to also support our more permanent structure for our tent. I think that's another goal that we have. But yeah, land acquisition is always a thing too. So.
And then finally, Katie, again, she's our Vasaloppet, Katie Kerr. She's our Vasaloppet board chair right here for Vasaloppet USA. She has a message for the skiers today as you're skiing your races.
I think just go out there and have so much fun, enjoy these trails and this beautiful day we were given. And yeah, ski fast and have fun. All right.
Thank you so much for visiting with us, Katie. Katie Kerr, folks, Vasaloppet board chair. She puts in countless hours leading that Vasaloppet board so they can get things done and host this wonderful race weekend for you. Again, we're looking at our mass start time at approximately 10:30 a.m. today. 10:30 a.m. today. The start process will be a self-seed with wheat spears in the front. Look for the line in the snow and the green start flag towards the front of the start area. Moderate pace skiers in the middle and slower or casual skiers towards the back, please. And again, demonstrate sportsmanship today on the course. Generally speaking, slower skiers should be on the right side, allowing faster skiers to pass on the left. We will have some classic skiers out there today if they prefer this distance as well. So there are some tracks on the right side of the trail today. Tomorrow there will be more sets of tracks because tomorrow is classic only races. This race has gone through quite a transformation since it was started in 1973. It first started as a point-to-point race up in Warman, Minnesota, north of here, and the long race distance was 58 kilometers. And due to challenges with low snow years, and all private landowner land. We did not own that course, so maintenance and upkeep on the actual course itself required that we would have at least about 1.5 feet of snow to get rid of all the bumps and rocks and things on that course to ski it. So low snow years is really what got us where we are today, where we modified our approach, and we have a start-finish right here on Main Street and a lap-style race on trails that are built and maintained up by the Nordic Center, just north of town here. And again, that's done all by local volunteers, our trail crew. And like I said, they built one extra hill for you just this summer. So they've been working hard to have some topography added to that lap. And there's a especially hilly section in the Vasa Hills on the northeast side of the loop. And then also Rogers Ridge, northwest side of the loop. Those are your especially hilly sections on the north side of the loop in general. You're going to do a counterclockwise style lap today. Counterclockwise style lap. The Vasa is 48 kilometers. Please do 2 full laps. You'll see your lap or turn back area right on the lake. Lap or turn back area for your second lap will be right down on the lake at the base of Bellringer Hill. The Dala race is 34 kilometers. Again, 2 laps, 1 full lap, and then the second lap is shorter in length. Please look for your turn-off sign. It'll be a sort of a left-hand turn to make your race the right distance so you don't end up skiing farther than you need to today. Bellringer race and team ski race, 15 kilometers, 1 lap. Our start times today, our Vasa and our Dala will start at 10:30 right here on Main Street. We'll have one of our local high school choir members sing the national anthem for us, and then we'll have a gun with blanks, a gun start fired off by one of our Vasaloppet board members. So the gun is your start. And then at 11:30 today, we'll have, again, right here on Main Street, our Bellringer and team ski race start in a similar fashion at 11:30 right here. The weather today is going to be beautiful. Our high this afternoon is going to get up to 40 degrees, folks. Yeah, short sleeve weather. I remember the last time I skied the long point-to-point race, 58 kilometers, maybe about 10 years ago. It was so warm that people were finishing on Main Street without shirts or in sports bras. And so I don't know if we're going to get to that point today, but it certainly is possible. Don't forget, you might want your sunglasses out there and maybe even a little bit of sunscreen on your lips or on your cheeks. We don't need to worry about frostbite today, I don't believe. Our wind today will be 6 to 7 miles per hour, so again, not a real big issue. If you're just arriving, packet pickup is in the celebration tent. There are porta potties here by the headquarters building, Vasaloppet headquarters, and then also by the celebration tent. Don't forget to see our Swix Wax team under the Swix tent right by Vasaloppet headquarters for any last-minute glide. Make sure that you're extra fast, or if you're classicing, get your extra kick in there at the last minute. Today's races will predominantly be skate skiing. Certainly you can classic. It is freestyle. It's your choice. Tomorrow's races are exclusively classic. And we've moved to this format so that you can fit more skiing in one weekend. And I would like to formally recommend to the board that we have an award for people that ski the longer races skate on Saturday and the long race classic on Sunday. Back-to-back races would be pretty phenomenal accomplishment in my opinion. You'll have 3 soup stops out there on your lap today for the long races, 4 kilometers, 15 kilometers, and 21 kilometers for the Dala, Vasa, and Dala races. Again, if you're looking at bibs, Vasa bibs are going to have red letters, Dala bibs will have green letters, and our Bellringer and team race bibs will have black lettering and numbers. So that's how we can differentiate skiers today. We will have, at the soup stops, you will have water, Gatorade, and Ekström's blueberry soup direct from Sweden. This is a dried blueberry and sugar mixture that is served warm and is very traditionally served at the Vasaloppet in Sweden. Also, some energy gels and cookies will be available at those stops. Additionally, some medical assistance and dropout assistance will be available. If you do need to drop out of your race today, please make sure you let the superior timing know in the headquarters building here or at the back of the black van right in front of my announcer's booth so that he can pull that bib number out of the race results. Superior Timing does have a very nice setup for me. They've been with us for a few years now, including last year when I announced. And they will have you're going to have a chip on your bib, the front and the back of the bib. There will be a few spots on the course with chip readers so that I can see on a computer screen the elite skiers and who's in what group and what position on their laps and know when about they're going to be coming in. And then also they'll have a chip reader at the end of Main Street here that will populate a list of names for me as people are crossing the finish line. Now, it used to be that I would sit in this booth and I would have a spotter with me with binoculars looking down to the end of Main Street, and I would be looking at this giant list of names, and you'd be shuffling through the names, and it would be this very stressful thing to figure out who was coming in. But this system is very smooth and easy to use, and it's been wonderful to work with Superior Timing. Also, Superior Timing wants us to let you know that they would happily recycle and reuse those chips that you have, and so please turn your bib back in the Vasaloppet headquarters building if you do not want to take it home as memorabilia. Of course, if you want to take it home to keep it for remembrance, that is also very fine. Lost and Found is in the Vasaloppet headquarters building. Also, you can get your Vasa merchandise over there. We have hats and additional ski gear, some wonderful bells for ringing, and some other merchandise. Don't hesitate to stop in and say hi. Also, say hi to Sharon. She's our paid administrative assistant who does a lot of our behind-the-scenes work, and we are so grateful to have her. The long race winners today, will get a choice of cash or a trip to Sweden to ski in the Swedish Vasaloppet in a few weeks here. What the primary winners will get $1,000 cash and then smaller cash awards for second and third place male and female divisions. If you win your age class, you also get a Dala horse, and those are hand carved and hand painted in a small factory just outside of Mora, Sweden. And they are different colors to represent different races. Once you're done skiing, don't forget to swing in to the celebration tent and get your skier's lunch of chili. We do have a bag drop if you need it in Tinker Larson Automotive right over here on the west side of the street, just a block down from me. That's where our bag drop is this year and changing area, I believe, should you need that. Spectators, if you're on Main Street for lunch with us today, don't forget to enjoy some of our local restaurants right here on Main Street. What a novelty to be able to eat and watch those skiers ski by. Again, start procedure today. We're approaching almost half an hour till start time. We will have the national anthem sung by one of our local high school choir members, and then a cap gun fired off by one of our Vasaloppet board members. We've had a wonderful week here in Mora, Minnesota. This is our favorite time of year. So Wednesday, we had bingo in the celebration tent, and that was very well attended. Thursday, we had Taste of Vasaloppet craft beverage tasting event in the celebration tent. Over 40 different craft beverages were served, including ciders, beers, wine, mead, and other spirits. And if you want to join us for that next year, I think that's going to be sticking around. We've had that for a few years now. Friday, yesterday, we had a pasta feed in the evening for skiers and families to raise money for our local hockey organization. And we had live music in the celebration tent. So we've been celebrating this event for a few days now, and we are so happy to welcome you and have skiing here in town today. Today at the Masons Lodge near Quick Trip, farther down Main Street here from 8 to noon, you can find a pancake breakfast style meal. 10:30 today. 10:30 we will have our mass start for the Vasa and the Dala freestyle races, which will primarily be skate, also a few classic skiers. 10:30 today. 11:30 mass start for our freestyle Bellringer and team races, again predominantly skate races. You can also get lunch, a chili lunch and supper at the Masons Lodge from noon to 6:30 tonight, again down the street next to Quick Trip. Don't forget to stop by our library in Library Park in the lower level. We'll have a Vasaloppet art show down there from 9 to 5 today if you're visiting the community and waiting for skiers to come in. Finally, tonight in the Paradise Theater, our refurbished old-fashioned theater here just past the celebration tent, we will have Paradise Theater Vasaloppet Radio Hour. That is free admission to anyone who wishes to attend. It is a live broadcast radio show. In the old-fashioned radio show tradition with comedic acts and live music, and boy, is it fun. And then don't forget, this evening, if you want to join us for supper on Main Street, we'll have open skiing here on Main Street from about 4:30 to 8:30. If you wanted to have your family out skiing or little ones out trying skiing in tracks or on a fairly flat area, you can come on down to Main Street and just enjoy skiing as a family. I'll probably be bringing my 4-year-old down here to ski tonight. Also, don't forget to take advantage of our discount when you ski 2 Vasaloppet races. If you're skiing today's freestyle ski race, you can register for a 50% discount to ski in tomorrow's classic race. Wow, what an opportunity, folks. You could ski long races back to back. And again, I formally recommend to the Vasaloppet board that we have a special medal for people that do that. So that would be the 42 Classic or the Half Classic 21K tomorrow. So 50% discount if you stick around and ski with us tomorrow. And the weather's nice. Who wouldn't want to do that? Again, tomorrow we have our classic races, 10:30 a.m. right here on Main Street. The Classic, 42 kilometers. The Half Classic, 21 kilometers. That starts at 10:30, and then 1:30 between the Nordic Center and the elementary school, we have our children's mini Loppet. Those events are still open for registration. So take a look, folks. And the mini Loppet, boy, oh boy, is that so fun to watch. The kids get a medal and milk and cookies when they're done skiing. Welcome skiers, welcome skiers. Skiers are starting to lay their skis down here at the start line. You'll find a line in the snow that is the start line near the green flags. Please self-seed. Let those elite skiers have their front positions. If you're, and then if you're a moderate skier in the middle, and then slower casual skiers towards the back. Don't forget your sportsmanship today out there on the course. If you are a slower skier, stay on the right so faster skiers can pass on the left. And in memory of Tom Geese, one of our longtime area ski coaches, who has since passed away, be a skier out there today. He would always say that, be a skier, folks, which means be the best version of yourself in all settings. Be a skier. We're going to have great weather today. It's partly sunny. We'll have a high of 40 this afternoon and minimal winds, 6 to 7 miles per hour. Looks similar for tomorrow, although maybe just a few degrees colder for the high. If you need any last-minute glide or kick on your skis, see the Swix tent over there by the Vasaloppet headquarters. We do have porta potties just past the Vasaloppet headquarters building or down by the celebration tent. You'll have a counterclockwise lap out there today, a counterclockwise lap. The Vasa will do 48 kilometers, 2 full laps. The lap or turn back spot is down on the lake, so you should be starting your second lap down on the lake at the base of Bellringer Hill. And the Dala, 34 kilometers, is also 2 laps. However, the second lap is a shorter lap, and you need to carefully watch for that turn back sign if you're doing the Dala today so that you don't ski farther than you need to. If you're looking at racers today and wondering which race they're in, the Vasa, our longest race, is in the red bibs. Red numbered bibs. The Dala is in green, and our Bellringer and team races are in black numbering. And so that's how you can tell the difference between our racers today.
Check.
We do have 3 water stops out there for you today on your lap. So 4 kilometers, 15 kilometers, and 21 kilometers. Those water stops, so soup stops, will have water, blueberry soup, from Sweden, which is dried blueberries and sugar served warm, as well as Gatorade, energy gel, and cookies. So you can look for those things. Also, basic medical assistance at your water stops. And if you do need to withdraw from the race, you can do that at your water stops. Please be sure to let Superior Timing in the black van here right in front of my announcer's booth know if you do withdraw from the race so that we can pull that bib number from the race. Your bibs have a chip on the front and the back of the bib today. The most important chip reader is right here at the finish line, of course, and you have your race clock off to the right there and left sides of the course. Again, we're at about 25 minutes until start time. There are also some chip readers strategically placed so that I can get information. We have a chip reader at the end of Main Street there by the blue house in that area so I can see who's coming down Main Street. It will populate a list of names for me as they're approaching the finish line, which makes it a lot more fun for me. It used to be that I used to have a spotter with binoculars next to me and a very long list of skiers to fumble through to find names, and boy, was that a little bit stressful. So this system is much better and smoother. We appreciate that from Superior Timing. And then there are a few strategic spots out on the course where there are chip readers as well so that I can see the leaders and the packs of the elite skiers and know who's in what position as they go on their laps today. We are so proud to have all of you here with us today. Again, our procedure at the start will be, we will have the national anthem from one of our local high schooler choir members. That will be sung, and then we will have a cap gun fired off by our Vasaloppet board member. And so the gun is your start. The gun will be your start, and then you will hear our wonderful song, Happy Trails, as you head down Main Street today. Don't forget, self-serve bag drop over here in Tinker Larson's. Automotive just to the west of me down the block, and skiers lunch after you're done skiing in the celebration tent. Award ceremony is in the celebration tent at 3 p.m. today, 2 p.m. tomorrow. Today is predominantly skate races. You will probably see some classic skiers as well. Tomorrow is all classic races. Again, 10:30 start time for tomorrow, and then our mini Loppet at 1:30 in the afternoon. We would like to welcome all of our skiers far and wide. Thank you for being with us here today at Vasaloppet USA. We have our flags flying by the Vasaloppet building there. We have a Swedish flag, China's flag, Japanese flag, and United States of America flag. And that represents all the countries in which you can ski a Vasaloppet ski race. I'm waving at my 4-year-old daughter, Addie, right now. I love you. Oh, hugs to you, Addie. Anyway, if you ski all 4 of those races, you get a World Loppet Award. And historically, we've had international exchanges between those races and hosted people from those countries for this race. COVID, of course, reduced the amount of exchange going on quite a bit. Today, we are proud to say that we have 2 Swedish reporters here covering this race from Sweden. And Mora, Sweden is our sister city, and this race, of course, is meant to be similar to that of the Swedish Vasaloppet in Mora, Sweden. If you see the ladies in red today at the finish line, those are our Kranskulas, and we are so proud of our Kranskulas. Those are all local ladies who volunteer in this community and care so much about supporting ski culture. They take so much joy in putting that finisher's medal around your neck. When you finish today, no matter what, you get a finisher's medal for your race. The winners of the big races will also be getting wreaths around their neck. And every year we have a lead Kranskula who is featured that year. And this year's lead Kranskula 2023 lead Kranskula is Dana Woods. A big welcome to Dana Woods. She is wearing the more traditional Kranskula costume, which again is purchased in Sweden. She has the green jacket on with a long skirt. So she's our lead Kranskula. Look for her today and give her a big thanks. She has done a lot of work getting everything organized for this finish line and making those wreaths and welcoming skiers as they cross the line today. Other ladies in the red coats are either upcoming or past Kranskulas, and as we say here in Mora, once a Kranskula, always a Kranskula. And they ring those bells, and they are so excited for you. In Sweden, a very traditional way to support a skier as they ski by is to say, hey, hey. In Sweden, they have a Kranskula and a Kransmas every year. So those are young people. It's a competitive process. They typically are elite skiers and also selected on other competitive basis. So a Kransmas is the wreath boy, and a Kranskula is the wreath girl. Here we have local community members who volunteer. A big thank you to the hundreds of volunteers who have made this race happen today. Today is one of our favorite days of the year. We could not be more proud of everything we put into this race. From the Vasaloppet board to all of the trail crew team, my husband, Don Olson, and many others spend countless hours. We have 2 snow guns now. We're so proud of that. We have 2 wells, 2 water ponds to serve those snow guns, one on the south end of our loop up by the Nordic Center, one on the north end. This year we did not need to make nearly as much snow because we got fairly large amounts of snow early to get down a nice base for you. I think I was told that they only had to haul approximately 200 loads of snow this year as compared to last year where about 1,300 loads of snow were hauled to build your trail. If you are spectating today, of course, we have got about 20 minutes till start time. 20 minutes till start time. The start-finish area right here on Main Street is a great place to be. We'll have our 10:30 start for our Vasa and Dala racers, and then at 11:30 we'll have our Bellringer and ski team ski races start at 11:30 mass style right here on Main Street. If you want to get out on the course to spectate, you can also go to the northwest corner, Vasa Hills. Northwest corner of our lap is especially hilly, Vasa Hills. And then the northeast corner of our lap, Rogers Ridge, is also our especially hilly area. So those are the hilly spots on the course for the skiers. You can watch at the Vasa Hills, you can watch at the Nordic Center, and you can watch in Library Park here right by the bell tower. Those are the spectator areas beyond just being right here on Main Street. You'll have 3 water stops on your counterclockwise laps today. Vasa skiers, you're going to do 48 kilometers, 2 full laps. You'll have water stops at 4 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 21 kilometers on the first lap, and then, of course, repeated again on the second lap. Those stops will be serving water, Gatorade, Extrem's blueberry soup, energy gel, and cookies for you. Dala will have the same water stops. Dala is 34 kilometers, 2 laps. First lap is a full lap. Very important, Dala racers. Second lap is a shorter lap. So you're going to look for a left-hand turn-off sign. Left-hand turn-off sign, Dala racers only, so that you don't end up skiing farther than you need to today. And then our Bellringer and team ski race this afternoon later today at 11:30 a.m. is a 15-kilometer race, and that is 1 lap. Make sure you follow your signs for that race as well. Again, your turn back spot to start your second lap is down on the lake. You're going to turn back to start your lap down on the lake. There are porta potties just to the east of the Vasaloppet headquarters building here. You can get some Vasaloppet merchandise in there. That's also our lost and found area. Don't forget to see the Swix wax crew here under the Swix tent if you need any last minute glide or kick wax for yourselves. Today will predominantly feature skate skiing, some classic skiers out there, but primarily skate skiing, which is a little bit more popular in the United States. And then tomorrow, very intentionally, at the recommendation of Vasaloppet Sweden, we have added a full day of classic races tomorrow. So we have a 42 and a 21K classic and half classic tomorrow at 10:30 right here on Main Street. And then 1:30 in the afternoon tomorrow, we'll have our mini Loppet, which is our kids race. Feel free to join us for that. Registration for all those events tomorrow is still open for the classic races and the mini Loppet. We are offering a special discount if you are skiing freestyle today and would like to also ski classic tomorrow. You get a 50% discount. That registration is still open, and hopefully you have your classic skis with you because you can stick around and ski with us for 2 days. And I've entered my formal recommendation to the Vasaloppet board to have a special medal for skiers that do the long race on both days, to have that be its own category of medal. I think that's quite an accomplishment. If you recall, in past years, we have had fat biking and skijoring on Sunday as well. Because of all the added races, we've had to move those to a different weekend. We have a lot of ski options here in the community that you can come back and join us for. We have our first chance race, which is usually the first weekend in January. And that is the same weekend we have moved the fat biking and the skijoring races too. So those already happened and they were well attended and a lot of fun. We have the last chance race, which is usually early March up here at the Nordic Center. We have our Lantern Loppet in the end of January, which is a fun lit with snacks, of course, lantern ski in the evening, end of January. Our Mora Loppet, which is a fundraiser for the Tom Gries Skier Development Fund, was a week ago, and that's intended to be a preview of the trail for people who are going to come back and ski the big race this weekend. And then we have our Founders Classic, which is to remember the founders of this big race, which was started in 1973. Remember the families that founded this race and put so much work and effort into laying the groundwork for that. Just a few family names that I know of. Again, I've only been in the community since 2006. Gorhams, Lindeggs are a few of the family names. Youngbloom, Johnstone, Clapmeyer are a few of the names that come to mind. We also have a Mora Ski Club, and the goal of that is to support family fun for skiing and learning skiers and young skiers. And they host several events. They host adult skis on weekends. They host kids skis on weekends. Don't hesitate to take a look at our Nordic Center for a fun place to go on a weekend ski with your family. We do get loads of buses coming in with skiers from high schools and groups skiing up at the Nordic Center. Right now, that is a free will donation to ski up there with approximately 17 kilometers of skiable trail when everything is groomed. We're also proud to say that we've hosted some large high school races here at our Nordic Center in the past few years. Specifically, we've had the ABC relays here the past few years, which has been very exciting for us. And in the fall, we have a trail race at the Nordic Center called the Swedish Mile. And what, you ask, is the Swedish Mile? Well, it's 10 kilometers, folks. So take a look at us for those other big events. If you're just arriving, hopefully not just arriving, but pickup is in the tent. Porta potties are by the celebration tent. Also to the east of the Vasaloppet headquarters building. Bag drop is in the Tinker Larson Automotive here just a block west of Main Street. Self-steed at the start area, so elite skiers, give them their space at the front. They're laying down their skis, holding their spot. Moderate skiers in the middle, slower casual skiers towards the back, please. Please remember your sportsmanship out there on the course today. And if you're a slower skier, stay to the right so faster skiers can pass on the left. For the start, just to review, we will have a 10:30 start time. We're closing in. We're under 15 minutes here, 14 minutes to go. For the start, we will have one of our high school students from the choir sing the national anthem, and then we will have a gun start fired off with a cap gun, a blank, by one of our Vasaloppet board members, and the gun is your start. That is your start. And Superior Timing here in the van is doing the timing today. If you do have to withdraw from the race, please let them know as you make your way back to the finish line so that they can pull that bib number off of the results. Lots of other things to do today. Don't forget to stop by the library to see the art show in the lower level of the library. Don't forget our Vasaloppet Radio Hour show tonight at the Paradise Theater, old-fashioned radio show style event with comedic skits and live music. That's at 7 p.m. And then we'll see you back here tomorrow for that classic skiing. And don't forget, 50% discount if you want to register to classic ski tomorrow. Last count, earlier this morning, we had 1,353 skiers registered for this weekend's events. I think the biggest number we've ever had is over 3,000 back in the early 2000s, I think. Just above 3,000 was the largest attendance we've ever had. And when we include mini Loppet skiers, we're easily at 1,500 skiers enjoying the sport of skiing and being outdoors and being with each other this weekend. This is the first race we've been able to run in a few years now without any modifications due to COVID. We did have to modify our start for the past few years. We haven't had a celebration tent for a few years, and we haven't had a formal awards ceremony for a few years. So we're closing in. We got about 12 minutes to go. It's going to be a warm one out there today. High of 40 degrees around 2 p.m. today. I do remember maybe about 10 years ago, it was this warm, and I do recall people finishing without shirts or in sports bras. So we'll see if that happens today. Minimal wind out there for you today, 6 to 7 miles per hour. You may indeed want to wear sunscreen. Make sure you've got your sunglasses. Sunscreen on the cheeks, sunscreen on the lips is a good idea. You're going to do a counterclockwise lap today, The Vasa, 48 kilometers, 2 full laps, 3 stops on that lap, 4 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 21 kilometers. The Dala, 2 laps. The first lap is a full lap. The second lap is a shorter lap. If you are skiing the Dala, please look for your turn-off sign. It'll be a left-hand turn for your second lap to make sure that you don't ski farther than you need to ski today. Your turn back point for the race will be down on the lake. That is where you'll start your second lap, and boy, is it going to be fast out there today. Bellringer and team ski 15 kilometers, 1 lap. Watch for your signs. That will start here on Main Street at 11:30. The team ski is done by averaging together all the team members' times to determine which team had the best overall time. So all the team members are skiing at the same time. In past years, it used to be that we would have a relay-style race, but now we just let everybody ski and average their times together. If you're looking at bibs today and wondering who's doing what race, the red bibs is the Vasa. That's our long race, 48K. Green bibs, Dala. Green bibs is Dala. Black lettering is the Bellringer and team ski today. Black letters. All skiers, make sure you get your finishing medal. See those Kranskoulas at the end of Main Street here when you cross that line. That is so exciting, and what an accomplishment to get that medal put around your neck by our Kranskoulas. Our winners of the long races, male and female, will get a wreath handmade by the Kranskoulas just a few days ago, placed around their necks as well. Additionally, winners of the long races will be competing for a cash prize of $1,000, male and female categories, or they can choose a trip to Sweden to ski the Vasaloppet in Sweden in a few weeks. Second and third place will also be getting cash prizes in the long races for $500 and $250. All right, we're under 10 minutes, folks. Under 10 minutes. And boy, does it look exciting out there. The group looks great. So many colorful ski outfits. Skis are down. People are jumping and moving, getting warmed up for their day. We already had a message from Katie Kerr, our Vasaloppet board chair, to the skiers earlier today. After our start, I'll be talking with John Larson, representative of Fast Track. And later today, I'll be talking with our high school and junior high ski coaches about how their program is going today. Again, just to review our start process, we are going to have a high school choir member sing the national anthem, and then we will have a gun fired off by one of our Vasaloppet board members with a blank, and the gun is your start. So listen to the whole national anthem and start when you hear the gun. Start when you hear the gun. And then, as you ski down Main Street, you're going to hear our favorite song, which, of course, is Happy Trails to You until we meet again. Don't forget, tonight you can have some family fun skiing here right on Main Street. If you have little ones that want to ski on flat topography, just come right here on Main Street and ski. Tonight, our groomers will be laying down tracks for the classic races tomorrow. More sets of tracks. Multiple sets, so they'll be going over the whole course again tonight. Award ceremony today is in the celebration tent at 3 p.m. 10:30 start for our freestyle race coming up in a few minutes here. 11:30 start for the freestyle Bellringer and team race right here on Main Street an hour later. 3 p.m. is the award ceremony today. 10:30 a.m. tomorrow is our classic race. Don't forget, you can register for that today at a 50% discount if you want to ski back-to-back days. And our classic 42K, half classic 21K. 1:30 tomorrow is the children's mini Loppet race. They get a medal, milk, and cookies at the end of the race, welcomed across the line by the Kranskoulas. Tomorrow, the award ceremony is a little bit earlier. It's going to be at 2 p.m. in the celebration tent. 2 p.m. in the celebration tent. So don't forget that tomorrow. Don't forget, folks, we also have a lot of people listening and watching the Vasaloppet start area here on a live stream on Facebook and YouTube. So Vasaloppet USA is live streaming right now and has been for about an hour. I can see all you beautiful skiers down there warming up, chatting, talking, getting ready for your race, and everyone else can watch you finish today and celebrate that. In Sweden, when this race happens, it's on national TV, and let me tell you, everybody is glued to the TV during that part of the day. It's kind of like their Super Bowl. All right, we got about 6 minutes till start time. 6 minutes till start time. And down Main Street, let's say a big welcome and congratulations to the 2023 Kranskoula in the green jacket, Dana Woods. She's holding her arm up there. Thank you, Dana Woods, for all your hard work and volunteering in our community. And next to her is our very own King Vasa in the gray jacket. King Vasa, give us a big hello. You might see him skiing back and forth on Main Street on old traditional long wooden skis. And that is to commemorate the history of the Vasaloppet in Sweden, which is based on the story or the history that the King of Sweden had to flee on skis when the Danes were invading the country. And honestly, I forget the year. Matt down there is a historian. He would know, but I think it was in the 16 or 1700s. I'm not exactly sure of the year. But the race is meant to commemorate that, and he represents that today as well. King Vasa is here with us. And then we have other past or upcoming Kranskoulas right there on Main Street in the red jackets. See them for your finishing medals when you cross that finish line today. That's their favorite part of the day, is putting that medal around your neck.
Can I have Maren Ryan? Maren Ryan, if you're in the audience out here someplace, if you could come to the announce tower, we would greatly appreciate it.
4 minutes to start time. 4 minutes to start time. Don't forget sportsmanship out there when you're on the course today. If you're a slower skier, stay to the right. Let the faster skiers pass on the left. And in the words of Tom Geese, our remembered longtime ski coach and ski father in town here, who has since passed away, be a skier out there today. Be the very best version of yourself. And today, singing our national anthem in a few minutes here will be Maren Anderson. Maren Ryan. Sorry for that. She'll be singing our national anthem for us today in a few minutes here. Again, listen to the whole national anthem. We have our American flag over here by the Vasaloppet headquarters building for when that is sung. And then you will hear the gun fired by a Vasaloppet board member. The gun is your start time. The gun is...
We're starting early with the mass start is a little bit tight as you go along that trail to the left and then to the right to get down onto the left. Bellringer Hill can be a little bit fast. So when you're in that big group, just make sure that everybody's safe.
And that we don't end up with a pile-up for the start there. Good luck to all the elite skiers out there today. They are competing for a cash prize or a trip to Sweden to ski the Vasaloppet in Sweden in a few weeks. 2.5 minutes to start. 2.5 minutes to start. And our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And they're off. Until
we meet again, happy trip. Sunny weather, happy trails to you, till we meet again. Some trails are happy trails, others are blue. It's the way you ski this trail today that there'd be one for you. Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song that brings the sunny weather. Happy trails to you till we meet again.
That was Don Olson, Vasaloppet board member and snowmaking and snow farmer and trail master, serenading us there. Happy trails to you. And they're off. Coming up for interviews today, in just a little bit, I'll spend some time chatting with John Larson, one of our fast track program representatives. And then later today, between 1 and 3 p.m., I'll talk with our high school ski coach, Peter Larson, and one of our junior high ski coaches, Lily Erickson, about how their ski season is going here in Mora. And tomorrow, your announcer will be Mora Ski Club President Phoebe Myron Kroll. Phoebe Myron Kroll will be your announcer tomorrow. Don't forget to come and see our classic races tomorrow and our mini Loppet tomorrow. So if you aren't from town, I just want to let you know we've been having a lot of fun this week in that celebration tent. On Wednesday, we had bingo. On Thursday, we had Vasaloppet, Taste of Vasaloppet craft beverage tasting with over 40 different beverages, wine, beer, cider, mead, and other spirits. That was on Thursday. On Friday, yesterday, we had a pasta feed and then a party with live music in the celebration tent on Friday. So if you are from out of town, know that you can join us for other fun things here over a few days' time as we approach race weekend next year for 2024. Today, you can find a pancake breakfast-style meal at the Mason's Lodge, south on Main Street here next to Quick Trip across from the pool. That's from 8 a.m. to noon. 11:30 today here on Main Street, 11:30, another mass start for our Bellringer race and our team freestyle races. Those are 15-kilometer races. From noon to 6:30 at the Mason's Lodge, you can have a chili lunch or supper, again, south on Main Street next to Quick Trip. Don't forget to take in the Vasaloppet art show from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the base lower level of our Mora library here, just in Library Park or Bellringer Park at the end of Main Street, north end of Main Street. Tonight, in our refurbished old-fashioned theater south of the celebration tent at 7 p.m., join us for a free admission Vasaloppet Radio Hour show, which features old-fashioned radio-style live skits and music, and will also be broadcast over the radio. We do also have live broadcast over the radio today in the tent just next to my booth. 95.5 KBEK is broadcasting live here today as well and talking to passersby. And then this evening, if you have young skiers with you, come out and have a little fun with us right here on Main Street. Open ski on the finish line in downtown Mora. Maybe you could come down and do a little skiing with your young ones and then have some supper. I know this flat course is a great spot to introduce young skiers to skiing. And so just on the Main Street here, feel free to come out from 4:30 to 8:30. Our groomers will be going over the entire course again tonight. And the goal of that is to lay down our tracks for tomorrow's classic racing. And so tomorrow is exclusively classic, which means that we need multiple sets of tracks. I don't know exactly how many, maybe 3 sets will be out on the course. And so they'll need to go over the whole course again tonight. Again, the races that we have out there that just left are our freestyle, predominantly skate style races. So we have our Vasa, which is 48 kilometers, and our Dala, which is 34 kilometers. And then at 11:30 here on Main Street, we'll have our Bellringer and team race, which is 15 kilometers start. 3 p.m. in the celebration tent is the award ceremony today. 2 p.m. is the award ceremony tomorrow. Classic races start here on Main Street at 10:30 tomorrow. Mini Loppet is at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon between the elementary school and the Nordic Center. If you're looking for lunch, don't hesitate to take in some of our local restaurants here. Right here on Main Street area, we have the Crystal Bar and Grill. We have El Jalisco Mexican Restaurant, Kev's Depot Burger Joint just off Main Street, and Emma's Pizza just off Main Street. So you have some options for lunch here as you're waiting for your skiers to finish their race today. Our winners today are expected in for the Vasa in about 2 hours from start time, so approximately 12:30. Our winner for the Dala is expected a little bit sooner than that, 1.5 hours from start time, or about 12 p.m. noon. Our winner for the Bellringer and team races is expected shortly after noon in about 40 minutes or a little bit after noon, 12:10 p.m. Today. If you're looking for any lost and found items, they will be in the Vasaloppet headquarters today, or report them to the Vasaloppet headquarters. Additionally, don't forget to stop by the Vasaloppet headquarters to look at our Vasaloppet merchandise. We have hats, shirts, bells, lots of other fun stuff for sale there in the Vasaloppet to remember this wonderful weekend. So stop in and chat with Sharon as well, our administrative assistant who helps things run behind the scenes. If you did participate in the double Loppet, so we had the City of Lakes Loppet races previously, just prior to this race, and then this race today, you can get a double Loppet award. Those will be available in the Vasaloppet headquarters. Big thank you to our sponsors today. I might miss some, and so I apologize if I do miss any sponsors, but we have Willia Health, our local hospital system, Yellowstone Track System, of which we do have one Yellowstone that we use particularly for last-minute grooming for the high school ski team when they're out practicing, Grand Casino Hinckley, Northland Automation and Engineering, Onan Family Foundation, Mora Municipal Utilities, Kanabec County Times, Quality Disposal Systems, East Central Energy, Burnix, Franklin Outdoor Advertising, Spire Credit Union, Swix Ski Products and Wax, and Salomon Ski Products and Wax. And Swix is here today with a waxing tent just next to the headquarters building there if you wanted to visit with them about ski waxing or get your skis waxed up for our next round of races here at 11:30. Feel free to see them under the red tent next to the headquarters building. Also, a big thank you to equipment or time donated. Douglas Kerr Underground donated equipment this summer to help build one extra hill for you out in the Vasa Hills. Redstone Construction has donated equipment and time in the past, and also some local electricians have helped us hook up the pumps, the underground pumps that fill our cooling ponds to make our snow. And so big thank you to all of our local community that donates so much of their heart to this race to help it go. If you are from out of town, don't hesitate to come back and enjoy our Nordic Center facilities. They're north of town near the elementary school. The facilities include a small kitchen area, a bathroom, sauna, ski waxing room, and some extra space upstairs to just relax. And we do see large groups now come to ski on our trails. We have approximately 17 kilometers of trail when everything is groomed up at the Nordic Center. And you can check trail conditions on the Vasaloppet website. Also, we have a live Vasaloppet trail cam that you can peek at whether or not it's been recently groomed, although we do try to groom before weekends. It's typically what we do because we know that's when a lot of people will be joining us from outside of the community to ski. We see whole ski teams come for a weekend ski outing, and we see large groups come to join us from other towns on weekends in particular. That is generally free, but we do recommend a free will donation to help support our snowmaking and grooming efforts, gas for the machines, etc., etc. We have two snow guns at this point. One lives on the south end of the loops up there, and the other one is on the northern side of the trail. We have two cooling ponds that brings water up. Water is groundwater temperature when it comes out of the ground, approximately 50 degrees, and the cooling ponds get it colder, but not frozen, so that it can then go through the snow gun and freeze in the air and come down as snow. So if we tried to use water out of the ground without cooling at first, that wouldn't work. It would be too warm. So it's quite a process, actually. And we also have our snow farmers who make our snow, and we call them snow farmers very affectionately because they use tractors and clean manure spreaders to spread that snow out on the trail once it's been made in a big pile under the snow gun. This year we have not needed to make very much snow because we had some nice big snowfalls early in the season that gave us a good base. So this year I've heard approximately 200 loads of snow, as in a load in a manure spreader, had to be hauled out onto the trail. Also, we used a lot of our man-made snow for our crossings today. and our road crossings. We do have a few road crossings on the course so that there's clean snow for that underneath those skiers' skis so they're not getting scratched on dirty snow with gravel in it, perhaps. And last year, I think we hauled approximately 1,300 loads of snow to build your course. And so definitely a different year this year than it has been in the last few years in terms of amount of snow needing to be made. Up at the Nordic Center, there are maps of the course posted that you can enjoy. Again, that space is open on weekends, free to the public. We do have 3 kilometers of lighted trail, even if you're there at night. So please take a look at that and come ski with us. We have about 45 minutes until our Bellringer start. 45 minutes until our Bellringer start. If you're looking for something to do today, head over to our Mora library in Library Park, Bellringer Park, just here at the north end of the street. There's an art show, Vasaloppet art show in the lower level of that today. And tonight, join us in the Paradise Theater for Vasaloppet Radio Hour. That is an old-fashioned style radio show broadcast live over our local radio station with comedic acts and live music. And it's free admission to anyone who wishes to attend. So please join us for that. It's always lots of fun. And newsflash, if you ski today and still want to ski more tomorrow because the weather is beautiful, it is a 50% discount to ski tomorrow if you register today. So if you're looking to do a classic race at the last minute, today, now is the time, folks. 50% discount to join us tomorrow. And we have some Bellringer racers warming up here on the course, coming on down the line, looking really strong. Superior Timing has brought in a laptop that I can use. So on this, again, as I was explaining, there's chips on the front and the back of the bib shirts that people are wearing for their race today. And there are chip readers out on the course in a few strategic spots so that I can see the leaders and announce that information to you and let you know who is where and how they're doing. And then there's also a chip reader at the end of Main Street that then populates a list of names for me, which is very helpful. It used to be that I would have to have a spotter next to me with binoculars and a big list of names and numbers, and we would be, going through all the papers and trying to find names. And it was actually a pretty stressful thing if you had a lot of people coming into the finish line. So this system is so slick, and I really enjoy it. We are very proud to say that last I knew this morning before I stepped into the booth here, that we had 1,353 skiers in our longer races. And when we add in mini Loppet skiers, which is usually between 1 and 200, we'll easily get to our 1,500 skier total for the weekend. 1,500 skiers total for the weekend. The biggest number of skiers that we've ever had is just over 3,000, and I believe that was in the early 2000s, approximately. We do have 2 reporters here joining us from Sweden this year. Historically, there's been a lot of international exchange programs between China, Japan, Sweden, and the United States. These are all people that want to ski all of the Vasaloppet ski races around the planet. There are 4 of them, and if you ski all of them, you get a World Loppet medal. And so historically, pre-COVID, we did have a lot of international exchange. I remember being at barn dances, dancing with Swedes and meeting some people from China, and it was all lots of fun. So we're getting back to that slowly but surely. We do have 2 people who traveled over from Sweden today for the weekend, and they are reporters covering the race. So correction. We have Swedish press representatives here today with us who have traveled here from Vancouver. Those Swedish press members are skiing with us today. They're skiing in our Bellringer today. If you're looking at bibs and you're unsure of who's in what race today as you're out on the course or here at the finish line, the red letter bibs are Vasa bibs, the green letter bibs are Dala bibs, and the black letter bibs are Team Ski or Bellringer bibs. We expect all of our winners for all those races to cross the finish line here today between about noon and 12:30 in that time range. So that'll be the time to be on Main Street again. Will be right in that time frame. All right, everybody. Time for my second interview of the day with part of our local ski community. So I have John Larson here, who has been involved in historically helping out with the Fast Track program. In more recent years, he's played less of a role, but certainly was very important in helping it run in the last few years ago. So the Fast Track program is a program for our young kids in town. And John, what would you say the overall goals of the program are?
Well, mainly what we want to do is get the kids out on skis, get them used to being out in the woods and on the snow and having a good time. It's just if you learn how to have fun on skis, you want to be on them.
And can you remind us what the age ranges are for the fast track program for parents out there?
Certainly. We start with our kindergartners and through 6th grade. If it's a pre-kindergartner, we do ask that the parents come with. We are out on the trails for about an hour and a half each time we go out. So we want to make sure the kids are dressed appropriately and are able to, be away from everybody and have a good time.
What is your personal favorite thing about being part of Fast Track?
Oh, those little buggers have so much energy and are so excited to be out skiing. And it's always interesting to see what they do and how they progress and learn to ski.
And what would you say parents should do about getting equipment for young children?
It's very critical that the equipment is correctly fitting them, and it's actually cross-country ski equipment. You don't have to spend a lot of money, but you need equipment that's going to function correctly.
And I do know you can occasionally find ski equipment exchanges, or, of course, if you get to know other parents in your town, you can pass equipment along as your kids age out of them. And how do parents sign their kids up for Fast Track?
That is through the Mora Ski Club, and they have times at which they have booths set up at their ski swap, which is usually the Sunday before Thanksgiving, and they also have things at school, so you can sign up there.
All right, John. Well, thanks so much for your time and being part of that Fast Track program, as well as other parts of the Vasaloppet.
And thank you, Jess, for being the voice of the Vasaloppet.
All right, folks, I'm going to take a sharp break. I do have my computer screen here, and I will periodically check it to see where the leaders are for the 48 Vasa and the 34 Dala. And we will have, in just over half an hour, our mass start for the Bellringer and team race right here on Main Street at 11:30. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes. All right, folks, the ski doctor is back on the mic. This is Jess Olds. I am from Mora, and I am a doctor, and I do enjoy skiing. Hence the name, the ski doctor, not to be confused with the love doctor. But I would like to point out that Valentine's Day is just around the corner, and so if you haven't gotten something for your special someone, don't forget. I have a few things hidden at home for my special someone and my daughter. Anyway, I'm back in the booth here, and I have the computer screen in front of me with the chip readers out on the course, and I can see our leaders, and this would be at the 15K mark. So, at the 15K mark, we've had actually a lot of skiers already past that in the 48K.
good, Rose.
You know.
4K race, and again, we're about 8 minutes about the start time. Don't forget to self-feed in your packs here. I see a rich red keychain outfit. Irondale team uniforms. Don't forget to self-speed faster elite skiers towards the front, moderate skiers in the middle, slower casual skiers towards the back. Stay on the right as you're skiing today if you are a slower skier, so faster skier can pass on the left. You'll have 2 water stops at 4 and 10 kilometers on your lap today. It's a 15-kilometer lap. Please watch for signage and your turn-off point so that you don't ski farther than you need to today. And then take a look at our leaders here for the 34K. All right, 34K. They have a little bit. Our leaders for the 34K looks like Paul Olson presently is in the lead, followed by Paul Olson from Mora, Minnesota, Nathan Forab from Northfield, Minnesota. Immediately followed by Corey Ellertson, Dayton, Minnesota. And then Andrew Joda, Minneapolis, Minnesota, is up with that group as well. Those are your 4 leaders that have just now passed their mark for your race. All right, folks, so we're 6 minutes out from your start time. I'm enjoying seeing all of the ski teams here today, a lot of them high schoolers or maybe college. I see a Mountain ski team outfit, yeah. I think that they are mostly headed into their state ski meet in their season. Sections is largely completed for them, and so they, in a sense, I suppose, are almost winding down and at the peak of their season. If you see the red bibs today, those are 2-race skiers. And then the solid white bibs are individual Bellringer skiers. You're doing a 15K race, 1 lap, 2 water stops or soup stops on that lap. For the start today, please note we will not do the national anthem for this start. We've already done that for the day. And we will have a gun start at 11:30. Gun start at 11:30 with a cap gun fired off by a Vasaloppet board member. And then the favorite song, Happy Trails, and off you go, folks. I hope you've got your sunscreen on. If you're looking for the finishers of all these races today, you'll find them coming in on Main Street between noon and 12:30 approximately for all the races. You'll see your finishers coming in that time frame. So that is the time to be here once we got our start for this race done. And down on Main Street, let's say hello to our King Vasa and Kranskula team. So in the green jacket, the traditional Kranskula outfit direct from Sweden, we have Anna Ridge, the 2023 Kranskula. Yes! With her big hello, she's ringing the bell for us and waving. And so, we're skiing on wooden skis to commemorate the origins of the Vasaloppet ski race in Sweden many hundreds of years ago, in which the king of Sweden fled on skis to avoid being taken by the Danes when the Danes were trying to invade their country and then return
to victory in that instance. And so that's the ski race in Sweden that commemorates that fleeing on skis of King Vasa. So that's a big part of the history of this race. All right, we're looking at just a few minutes to start time. Lots of team skiers out here. That's awesome. Again, the team ski, it's all for teams of 4. The time is averaged together, and that will give you your overall result against other teams in terms of place. Just about 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go, gang. Don't forget award ceremony at 3 o'clock in the celebration tent. Award ceremony at 3 o'clock in the celebration tent. If you want to ski here with us tomorrow, you can still register for 50% off. Hopefully you brought your classic skis to classic race tomorrow, 42K or 21K. Also, mini Lopet tomorrow. for those younger skiers in the group if you're interested in a 4K. Again, just to review, no national anthem for this race, no national anthem for this race. We will have a gun start at 11:30. Gun start at 11:30. It's a mass start. It's a fairly tight start as you're going down Main Street, and then you turn to the left and turn sharp to the right, go past the bell tower, down that bell tower hill, which is a little bit quick. So be mindful of the skiers around you. It is fairly tightly packed even at that point. We certainly don't want anyone to go down just at the beginning of their race. And I'm looking way back. Golly, I see a lot of people here to ski this Bellringer and team race. Boy, this is fun. I wonder what our final registration is going to be at the end of the day. Last I knew, it was about 1,500. All right, folks. Minute and a half till start time. 15-kilometer lap. Look for your signs to turn on your lap so you don't ski farther than you need to. You'll have 2 water stops, 4 kilometers and 10 kilometers. Slower skiers stay to the right. Faster skiers pass on the left. Remember, always, good sportsmanship, and in the words of Tom Geese, be a skier. We're under 1 minute, under 1 minute. I'll give you a countdown. I'll give you a 5-second countdown, and then you'll hear the gun, and then it's go time, folks. Seconds till race time. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey-ya, hey-ya, hey-ya! Woo! Okay, folks, so I am standing here with King Vasa is with me in the announcing booth. Would you like to do a little interview? So King Vasa is portrayed by our local historian, Matt Anderson, and he can tell us a little bit more in a few minutes here about the history and what King Vasa represents.
So the history itself is hard to really know exactly what happened because it was 500 years ago. But around Christmas time, 1520, Gustav Eriksson was fleeing from the Danes, and he went to Mora, Sweden, our sister city, and attempted to rally support to the Danes and reclaim the throne for Sweden, and he didn't get a whole lot of support, so he headed to Norway. And later some messengers arrived and told him, yeah, the Danes are coming and they're taking over and we need to do something. And they supposedly sent their 2 fastest skiers to track down Gustav. Now, we don't know if Gustav was really on skis. He may have been on snowshoes. But it's been romanticized, and the story is that the 2 fastest skiers tracked him down, brought him back to Mora, and they led an army against the Danes. And 1523 is the year he became king, exactly 500 years ago to this year. And it's a long time ago. It's a very proud history in Sweden, though, we don't know how much of it was true. As a historian, some of that stuff may have been, made up to, create, the official story of the founding romanticized, like I said. So there's a lot of that in history.
Well, thanks for being here with us today, Matt, and representing King Vasa at Vasaloppet, USA. We really appreciate your time and enthusiasm. Have you been out on those wooden skis yet?
No, I was thinking more about snowshoeing this year. My tendons and my Achilles heel and all that is acting up, so I don't even know where the wooden skis are this year.
Maybe we should ask the Swix tent to wax the wooden skis for you.
Yeah, I need to wrap the ankles a little bit better. I'm afraid I'll twist them. They're just like this one little leather strap that goes around in the back of my foot wobbles, and I need to get that corrected.
Well, we appreciate you so much, Matt. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, spectators, getting back to our finish times. Everybody should know that the exciting part of the day is going to be approximately 12 noon to 12:30. So we're expecting the winner of the Dala, the shorter skate race, 34 kilometers, to come in at about 12 noon. The winner of the Vasa, longer race, 48 kilometers, to come in at approximately 12:30. And then our Bellringer and team race skier leaders to come in at approximately 12:10. 40 minutes from leaving. So just be aware, we're getting right down there. About 20 minutes until we start seeing our first leaders come through to finish their races. I'm just going to check my tracker and see if anything new has popped up. So far, no new results, no new checkpoints passed. We'd like to take this time to thank all the volunteers in town who contribute to this event. this is a labor of love, and the work lasts all year. And so in the summertime, they're building trail and cutting trees and things to improve the course up there at the Nordic Center, raising money, planning for registrations, doing publicity. That board and all of our community members are working year-round to make this fun weekend for us every winter, second weekend in February, second Saturday in February. So big thank you to the groups that helped with packing race bags and handing out race bags, the Soup Stop volunteers, which is primarily led by the Mora Lions Club, our trail team and snowmaking crew and grooming crew. Also our start-finish setup team. So last night and from 3 p.m. yesterday until approximately 8 or 9 p.m. last night, many people were working on creating this Main Street finish start area, putting up the fencing and the flags and covering the street with snow. And so that's always fun to watch. It's a fun time of year. And then finally, the teams at the road crossings. So we do have a few road crossings, and we need to make sure that those stay covered with snow so that people can easily ski over them and not have damaged skis. So we have some people manning the road crossings and making sure that snow is continuously shoveled on there and thick enough. And so we appreciate that as well. Big thank you to our sponsors. I know I'm going to miss a few, I believe. But Wellia Health, our local health system, Yellowstone Track Systems, which is a pull-behind snowmobile-style grooming system that can lay down tracks for skiing. We do have one of those that's primarily used for last-minute grooming for the ski team. The Grand Casino Hinckley, Northland Automation and Engineering, Own and Family Foundation, Mora Municipal Utilities, the City of Mora for hauling all the snow into Main Street with their equipment and manpower, Kanabec County Times, Quality Disposal Systems, East Central Energy, Burnix, Franklin Outdoor Advertising, Spire Credit Union, Swix Wax and Ski Equipment, and Salomon Wax and Ski Equipment. Also, Sapsuckers, local cidery, all supporters of our race, and we greatly appreciate it. Additionally, equipment and time donations have come from Douglas Kerr Underground. They provided a dozer and dump trucks and dirt to build an additional hill in the Vasa Hills this summer. My husband got to run the dozer. Boy, was that fun for him. Redstone Construction has also helped out in a similar fashion in the past, and also local electricians have helped with the setup of the pump system that brings water into the cooling ponds for the snow guns. And so we appreciate all of the time and effort donated by everyone involved. If you're not from town, don't hesitate to come back and join us for other ski and outdoor related activities. We are very proud to offer a few months worth of ski races here. We have our first chance race, which is usually the first weekend in January. It's a little bit weather dependent and snow dependent. Also that weekend, so that's a ski race. Also that weekend, we have moved our fat bike racing and skijoring races, which used to happen tomorrow, Sunday of Vasaloppet weekend, but it just got to be too many races all in one day. So we moved the fat biking and skijoring also to the same weekend as the first chance ski race up here. We have our last chance ski race, which typically, again, weather dependent. You have to watch our website. It will fall in the beginning of March, end of February. Lanternloppet is the end of January. It's a nighttime fun lit ski with snacks. Mora Loppet is one weekend before this race and is a warm-up trail preview for Vasaloppet weekend. The Mora Loppet is also now a fundraiser for the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund. Tom Geese is a longtime ski coach and ski supporter from town who was very much a leader in this community and passed away about 1.5 years ago now. And we would like to commemorate him with this fund. So far, it has purchased ski equipment for the ski team and, I believe, sent a few skiers to junior JC ski races, junior championship ski races. Also, we have our Founders Classic, which again is usually the end of February, and that's to remember the family lines that started this original Vasaloppet ski race here in Mora, Minnesota. The race was started in 1973 and it really has gone through an evolution since then. It used to be a point-to-point race starting up in Warman and ending here in town. The last time it was officially a point-to-point race would have been 2014. And we ultimately had to change our approach, adapt to the times, and we struggled with low snow years and having to modify our race to the point that our skiership was maybe a little frustrated without knowing what the race day would actually be like. So we switched it to more predictable conditions with a start-finish downtown and a lap-style race using our Nordic Center trails, which we have continually built and improved upon over the past few years, and now added 2 snowmaking guns starting in approximately 2006 with the first snow gun to basically get where we're at today. We also host a big high school race here. We're proud to say that for the past few years we've hosted the ABC Relays, which is a fairly large high school ski race. And we do have a Mora ski club which supports family fun and skiing for young kids and learning adults alike, and really supports skiing as a lifetime activity, not just a competitive sport. So feel free to look them up on Facebook or their website if you're looking for events. They have even adult ski weekends, adult ski nights on Wednesdays. It really is a fun thing to be part of. In the fall, in October, we have our Swedish Mile Trail Race to raise money for snowmaking and trail improvement. And you may ask, what is the Swedish Mile? Well, a Swedish mile is 10 kilometers, folks. 10 kilometers. So those are skiing primarily related races that we have here in town. We do have our Nordic Center facilities, which are open for public use and a weekend destination for ski teams and community and larger groups alike. It is free will donation to use our ski trails. There's about 17 kilometers of groomed trail once everything is groomed up there. This Nordic Center itself is open to the public and includes restrooms, a kitchenette, showers, sauna, and a waxing area. And so feel free to make this a weekend outing. A lot of people certainly do. I know that our groomers try to groom the trails before the weekend, just before the weekend, so that the best conditions on the trail are our weekend when we have our large groups here. You can go on our website and see a live trail camera as well at the Nordic Center to know what the trail conditions are, get a little better feel of how things look up here before you come, if you'd like. Some other opportunities for athletic events here in town include our Mora Classic and Motion series. So this is a series of 4 events. If completed in a year, you get an award for this. So it would include racing today of various lengths, the canoe race in May, a canoe race in May, 16 miles on the Snake River, a 5K or half marathon in August, and a 25-mile or 50-mile bike ride in September. And if you do all of those in a year's time, you get a medal for that, starting with any event. I think I've done approximately 11 Mora Classics. All right, so I'm going to check in on my leaders' information here. Again, remember our 34K Dala racers should be the first ones to come across the line. And they're predicted to come across the line in maybe even less than 10 minutes. And so I don't have any new information on my tracker. Again, they've been out on the course for approximately 1 hour and 22 minutes, and the leaders should finish their races 34 kilometers in about 1.5 hours. The last I was able to see, we had Paul Olson leading the pack from Mora, Minnesota, son of Don Olson. And immediately with him is Nathan Porath, Northfield, Minnesota. Actually, it looked like a pack of 3, perhaps. And then Corey Ellertson, Dayton, Minnesota. And then a 4th skier, Andrew Joda, was just a touch behind them. And then there was about a minute gap until the next skiers. So there was a pack of 4 in that race. And again, they might change positions again before we see them here at the finish line. Also, no new information for the 48K, the Vasa race. That looks fairly similar. There's a pack of 4 pretty tightly together, maybe even 5 people, and then there's a bit of a gap. With some skiers largely solo or in groups of 1 or 2. That leading pack again was Jacob Ellingson, Matt Leach, Alex Reich, Oli Ensrud, and Sam Holmes. So we'll see if they've changed position next time I get them across a chip reader. But again, with 7-8 minutes to go, we should see leading finishers of our Dala race come across the finish line here. Don't forget to enjoy our Vasaloppet art show in the bottom level of our library on the north end of Main Street here today from 9 to 5. And also tonight we have Vasaloppet Radio Hour in the Paradise Theater on the south end of Main Street here. That is an old-fashioned style radio show with live music, comedic acts, and local talent, and it will also be broadcast on our local station, who is also here today next to me, KBEK 95.5 radio. Don't forget to stop in the Vasaloppet headquarters building. We have a lot of merchandise. Also, we have the Vasaloppet Hall of Fame. The Vasaloppet Hall of Fame includes long race skiers who have won the race multiple times. Looks like there's also merchandise for sale on the other side of Main Street here, under the white tent if you're looking for that. And we have our leader, we have our Dala leader. Dala leader coming in, and finishing. Sorry, I don't have a name yet. Just 1 second. Finish line, that's our Dala leader. Dala winner right there, folks. Sam, could I have you in the announcer's booth? Sam? All right, here we go. Finishing now. That was Andrew Brown, Golden Valley. Congratulations. First place in the Dala 34K race. Way to go, Andrew. Again, Andrew Brown, winner of the Dala 34K race. He came in solo, folks. He left that group behind. We should see a few more skiers here shortly. A few more skiers coming down the line. These are Dala male skier finishers. Dala male skier finishers. Hey, all right, skier, you got it. Way to go. Second place male, third place male. Excellent. We have Nathan Porath, Northfield, Minnesota, second place male. Paul Olson, Mora, Minnesota, third place male. They had a little bit of a race to the finish. I can tell just by the way they're looking at each other that was a challenge. Make sure you see those Kranskoulas, folks. See those Kranskoulas. Get your medals and your wreaths. And we have fourth place overall Dala male finisher coming into the finish line, ringing those bells. Way to go, skier. Great day out. So Andrew Brown has crossed, and Corey Ellerton has crossed. Now we have another incoming skier. Fifth place overall men's race. Fifth place overall men's race. Fourth place was Andrew Brown, Golden Valley. Fifth place, Corey Ellerton, Dayton, Minnesota. 2 more skiers coming in. 6th place, 7th place, men's overall. Excellent job. Still in the top 10. Way to go, guys. They look like a team. Sam from Superior Timing, can you please join me in the announcer's booth? Oh, here we go. I've got the screen I need. Never mind, Sam, we're good. Thanks. All right, so just to review, Nathan Porath, first place. For the Dala race. First place for the Dala race. We're still awaiting our female finisher in that race. And we do have new information on our Vasa race. So our leaders in our Vasa race, again, still Matt Leach, Jake Ellingson, in a pack, and then some distance. So just 2 skiers together, Alec Wright, Sam Holtz, and Ole Ensrud in a group of 3, a little bit behind that group of 2. Award ceremony today will be in the celebration tent at 3 p.m. Celebration tent at 3 p.m. Congratulations to all skiers today. Congratulations. We're still in our top 10 for finishers for the male Dala race. 7 males have finished so far. In under an hour and a half. Winning time, 1:25.28. 34 kilometers. All right, incoming. We have another skier, Dala skier, green bib. This is going to be in the top 10 male finishers right here. We have Eric Hendrickson, followed by from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Way to go, 8th place overall finish. Several other skiers. 9th place overall, Anders Decker, Minneapolis, Minnesota, followed by Tony Mathy, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Devin Byers, Ironwood, Michigan. Thanks for coming over to ski with us. And Andrew Klyer, St. Paul, Minnesota. Some of these are Bellringer finishers. I think we had our Bellringer finisher winner in there. Bellringer winner, Anders Decker, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Bellringer winner. First place, Anders Decker, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Way to go. 30 minutes, 56 seconds for 15 kilometers. Dala finisher coming on in. We have Josh Dover, Maple Grove, 34-kilometer skier. John Munger following him. Way to go, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Way to go, John. Make sure you see those Kranskoulas. And we have our first team ski in the red bibs. Steve Mungenberg from and Michael Clowen, Team Ski, Hudson McMillan, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Matt Jenke, Osseo, Minnesota. Team and Bellringer finishers. Way to go, guys and girls. Excellent. All guys. All right, so again, an update on the Vasa. They had just passed the 27-kilometer mark a few minutes ago. They're predicted in at about 12:30. Vasa winners. Here we have a Dala finisher. Excellent job, Dala finisher. Pierre Nelson, St. Paul, Minnesota. Dala finisher. Nicole Eliasson, Wayzata, Minnesota. She's our first female first place Dala winner. First place Dala winner right there, Nicole. Way to go. Excellent work today. Andrew Larson, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Dala finisher. Big group coming down the line here. Big group. Owen Holmes and Hans Arlene, Bellringer and Dala finisher. Excellent job. Way to go, guys. Again, Nicole Ellison, Wayzata, Minnesota. First place, female racer, Dala race, 34 kilometers, 1 hour, 33 minutes. Way to go, Nicole. Make sure you see those Kranskoulas for your wreath. Gabe Hart, Maple Grove, Minnesota. Local ski coach, Chip Jardine, Team Mora, Minnesota. Way to go. Patrick Carroll from Minnesota, part of the Team Ski. Excellent work. And Dala finisher coming in hot. Dala finisher, way to go. Looking strong. He's got a team outfit on there. Tor Hansen, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Dala finisher. Way to go, Tor. Bellringer finisher, looking strong and smooth, coming across that line. Nice day out. All right. All right, so the finisher that just crossed, Felix Tarancia, Hampton, New Hampshire. Michael Molzoff, St. Paul, Minnesota. Braden McKinnon, Mora, Minnesota. Great job, skiers. Mark Boostrom, part of the All Washed Up team. And Luke Rustad, All Washed Up team coming in. August Arnold, MV boys, coming in strong. Way to go, team skiers. I apologize if I say anybody's name wrong or if I miss a name. I'm very sorry if I miss a name. Incoming, we have Max Anderson, Team Mora, Max Anderson, and Ben Mullen, Lindstrom, Minnesota, 34K Dala finisher. Way to go, Ben. Chris Bowman, Team Mora, coming down the line here. Siri Stolen, St. Paul, Minnesota, Bellringer, first place female finisher. First place female finisher for the Bellringer. Nice job, Siri. Right there. First place finisher for the Bellringer. 15 kilometers, 36 minutes. Way to go, Siri. Matthew McKeever, the All Washed Up team. I wonder where that name comes from. What does that mean exactly? You'll have to let me know. Brent Schultz, again, team All Washed Up, coming down the line. Jessica Newman, Cold Springs, second place overall female Bellringer. Way to go, Jessica. Piotr Bernardsky, Minneapolis, Dala finisher. Jay Wenner, St. Paul, Dala finisher. Timothy Feeler, Minneapolis, Dala finisher. Phil Carlson, St. Paul, Bellringer finisher. Lily Eubanks, Madison, Wisconsin. I believe this is second place overall female Dala finisher. Nice job, Lily. Maureen Layberger, St. Paul, Minnesota, third place Dala finisher for the females. Just crossed the line. Nice job, ladies. You look so fast. Liam Alaboni, Northfield, Minnesota Bellringer finisher. Jack O'Brien, St. Paul Bellringer finisher. Ethan Zhao, MV Boys, team race coming across the line. Excellent job, skiers. Ring those bells. Hey-ya, hey-ya. And here we have Forrest Dorsey, Lake Tomahawk, Wisconsin. Thanks for coming over to ski with us today. Dala finisher. Evan Boxroad, North Oaks, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Way to go, Evan! Stephen Becker at Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Cyrus Jerlin, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Excellent job. Great day out. Looking strong. Jeremy Kunkel, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Will Kelly, MV Boys, team race finisher. Abigail Truman, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Again, in the top female racers for the Dala, I believe 4th position. Elena Schmeitzer, Mounds View, team race leader. Eric Olson from Mora, Minnesota, way to go, Bellringer finisher. AJ Hemick, Wazetta, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Way to go, AJ. And Jack Huschhagen, Forest Lake, Bellringer finisher. Excellent work. Doug Olson, the Frozen 5. I hope you're not frozen today. Team finisher. Woohoo! Denny Green, Andover, Minnesota, coming in to finish that Dala race. Peter Larson, Team Mora, local high school ski coach. Here comes Peter. Jeff Johnson, Frozen 5. Torsten Stenberg, Mora, Minnesota, is almost going to be the ski coach. Oh my gosh. Raleigh Page, Chanhassen, Dala finisher. Axel Olsen, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher, almost beating the ski coach. Isaac McCartney, Minneapolis, Bellringer finisher. Ida Helverson, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Wilson Kruger, Brook Park, Bellringer finisher. Jack Martin, Bemidji, Minnesota, Bellringer. Liam Larson, Bemidji, Minnesota, Bellringer. Micah Mauser, Fergus Falls, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Great job, gang! Don't forget to see the Skranskoulas for your race medal. Skiers lunch is in the celebration tent and award ceremony 3 p.m. in the celebration tent. Mason Erdl, Prior Lake, Minnesota. Dakota Harrison, Mora, Minnesota, and Vitaly Brown, the Frozen 5. Not today, folks, not frozen. John Schneider, Wayzata, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Great job, John. Thanks for skiing with us today. Cone Logie, sorry if I mispronounced the name, St. Paul, Bellringer finisher. Spencer Heinzeth, washed up. The washed ups. You're not washed up. Woohoo! Mark Ehlers, Roseville, Minnesota. Heather Carlson, St. Paul, Bellringer finisher. Nice job, Heather. Liam Caputo, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Jacob Martinez coming in with the Frozen 5. Go, Jacob. Not frozen today, buddy. Eleanor Dolan, Excelsior, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher coming in. Sam Notch, Mounds View, green, team race. Katie Susong, Madison, Wisconsin, Dala finisher, I believe in the top 10 at least for the females. Mattia Van Hale, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer. And Sam Johnson, Frozen 5. All right, nice job, Sam. Let me check in on the Vasa race now that we have a gap. So I still only have information from 27 kilometers. Pretty soon here, folks, about 12:30 or maybe even a little sooner. Things seem pretty fast today. We'll be getting information about who's in the lead there. And incoming, we have Nina Starsinski from Minocqua, Wisconsin. Thanks for coming over today. And Elizabeth Savered, St. Paul, Minnesota, Bellringer. Kaya Earl Tornianen, St. Paul, Minnesota. And Margie Nelson, St. Paul, Minnesota. Margie's finishing her Dala. Excellent work, gang. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas for your race medal. Award ceremony will be in the celebration tent at 3 p.m. Daniel Strike coming down the line from North Oaks, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Sam Jager, Middleton, Wisconsin, Dala finisher. Tanner Anderson, Minneapolis, Bellringer finisher. Nicholas Anderson, Minneapolis, Bellringer. Levi Smith, Rhinelander, Wisconsin, Dala finisher. Zach Tapajana, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Pat O'Brien, Minneapolis, Bellringer. Grant Leach, Long Lake, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Ted Crestand, MV Mustangs, team race. Wallace Alexander, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Griffin Goatsey, Eden Prairie, Dala finisher. And Tim Patnout, our very own local amazing nurse at the hospital. Tim Patnout, Bellringer finisher. Way to go, man. Aaron Ellianson, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Thomas Kovarik, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Mark Schulte, Golden Valley, Dala finisher, just came in. Again, I apologize if I pronounce any names or miss a name. I'll definitely try to name everyone because you all are amazing skiers. Julia Everett coming down the line. Definitely probably in the top 10 for females for the Dala. I don't know exact place. Northfield, Minnesota. Julia Everett. Team racers. Cyrus Ravo, Ogilvie, Bellringer finisher. Kyle Anderson. Team Minnesota Ice. Nathan Mungenberg, Minnesota Ice team racer. Lillian Shute, Golden Valley, Minnesota. Hannah Saverid, St. Paul. Gary Lindberg, Princeton. Ali Aaron Torinian, St. Paul. Daniel Rather, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Grady Kerr, way to go, Grady. Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Natalie McCaw, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Don Martin, Bemidji, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Lots of smiles on those faces. Here comes Jacob Felger, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Catherine Pintar, Minneapolis, Dala finisher. Alex Sharp, South Deerfield, Dala finisher. Caden Halverson, Duluth, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Gary Johnson, Minneapolis. Steve Swendall, Becker. David Christensen, St. Anthony, Minnesota. Darren Hazel, Dayton, Minnesota. Carol Lesher, Etna, New Hampshire. Again, New Hampshire. Wow. Erica Severads, Minnesota. I believe those ladies are in the top 10 for the Dala women finishers. Nice job, ladies. Alan Hansen, Excelsior, Minnesota. Thomas Lindahl, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Corbin Carlson, Arden Hills, Minnesota. All coming down that line. Way to go, skiers. Emily Fjorden, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Dala finisher, I believe in the top 10 for the Dala women. Nice work, Emily. Steve Wardell, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Bellringer finisher. Paula McCullough, The Tines. That sounds like a band. The Team 15K. Way to go, Paula. Jonah Rue, Mora, Minnesota. Tate Herzog, Mora, Minnesota. Way to go, guys. Josh Stark, Wayzata, Minnesota. So fast today, everybody. Gabriel Ehlers Nelson, Duluth, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Charles Krushel coming across the line, just back from Kauai. Henry Niskanen, just across the line. Brett Matsky. Isaac Murayama, St. Paul, Minnesota. Nick Flynn, Duluth, Minnesota. Madeline Dornfeld, Mounds View Green. Timothy Jenke, Osseo, Minnesota. Paul Kunkel, Mora, Minnesota. Maya Survey, Mounds View Green. Aaron Sjorgen, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Tovin Sanes Husen. Frazee, Minnesota. Jack Wines, Madison. Andrew Gamson. St. Paul, Minnesota. Lynn Stotler, Sturgeon Lake, Minnesota. Everybody looks great. Working on our tans today, I believe. Elena Cataneo, Rochester, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Stephen Williams, Austin, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Ring those bells, folks. Hey, hey. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas for your finisher's medal. Lauren Patisse, Madison, Wisconsin, Bellringer finisher. Terza Schultz, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Corby Lewis, St. Paul, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. I'm just going to check in on our Vasa results and see if anybody's crossed the checkpoint. 45 kilometers, folks. We have 2 people across the 45-kilometer checkpoint. That means they're 3K out. It's a 48K race. And we have a group of 2 in the lead. Matt Leach is in the lead at 1 hour, 47 minutes. Jacob Elvison is shortly behind, 1 hour, 49 minutes. Nobody else has passed that 45K marker yet on my report. We'll be seeing them in just a few minutes. Again, it's a fast day here. Fast day on the finish line. Scott McCartney, Edina, Minnesota. Noel Boyd, the Tynes. The team, the Tynes. Laura Edlin Miller, St. Charles, Minnesota. Bryson Kaiser, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Christine Hutchinson, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Rigel Mo, St. Paul, Minnesota. Eden O'Brien, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Bryn Mills, Mounds View girls team. Margot Derosier, Mounds View girls team. Claire Sabby, St. Paul. John Raisinen, Minneapolis. And Jack Collis, Minneapolis. Again, just about 1 or 2K to go for the Vasa finishers. We should be seeing them any minute here. It's a fast day out. Richard Searle, Litchfield, Minnesota. Tanner Hole, White Bear Lake. Paige Larson. Yay, Paige. Woohoo! Mora, Minnesota. Jonathan O'Connor, Minneapolis. Lauren Flugelheft, St. Paul, Minnesota. Mira Tomten, Boise, Idaho. Heck yeah! Go Idaho. And James Williams, Austin, Minnesota. Again, we expect our Vasa winners any minute. They're just a K or less out. Look for the red bibs. David Sharp, red lettering bibs. David Sharp, South Deerfield, Minnesota. Pedro Pesta, thanks for joining us today, Pedro. Deer River, Minnesota. Gabriel Gonzalez, Bend, Oregon. Woohoo! Micah Nelson, Duluth. Madeline Lewis, Ham Lake. Angie Robinson, Grand Marais. Cole Carlson, Renshaw, Minnesota. Grant Nelson, Duluth, Minnesota. Michael Mielhaus, Bemidji. Benjamin Sinez, Foley. Michael Bevis, Minneapolis. Noah Stuber, Mora, Minnesota. Look for that red lettered bib, folks. It's coming around the corner any minute. Noah Stuber, Mora, Minnesota. Matt Hempy, Maple Grove. Eliza O'Cooper, Northfield. Amanda Holinsky, Brainerd. Jessica Wiley, Eden Prairie. Watch for the Vasa finishers, folks. They should be coming in shortly. Kara Battles, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Luke Olmsted, Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks for coming over to ski with us today. We're so happy to have you. Jasmine Mastilipson, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Aaron Gunderson, Mora, Minnesota. Nice job, Aaron. Mackenzie Perkins, Northfield, Minnesota. Aiden Larson, Bemidji. Linnell Lentfer, Gustavus, Alaska? Wow, no way. Alaska. Way to go, Linnea. Adele Stark, Wazetta, Minnesota. Matt Leach coming down the line, folks. First place winner right here, Vasa. Whoa, good job, Matt Leach. Long Lake, Minnesota. Vasa, first place winner. He must have gapped our second place. Here comes second place. Way to go, skier. In the meantime, Steve Howe crossing the line and David Kranz crossing the line for Dala finishes. Second place, Vasa finisher. Nice work. Excellent job skiing out there today. David Lombardo, Eau Claire, Minnesota, finishing. Olin Kaiser Parker, Northfield, Minnesota. I'll get that name for that second place finisher in just a second. I just need the computer to populate here. Sorry for that. First and second place are both in for the men for the Vasa. Oh. Okay. All right. Isaac McKinnon, Champlin, Ryan Aylesworth, Bemidji, Mason Schultz, Mora, Gina Unger, Minneapolis, Ellen Anderson, Duluth, Eleanor Carta, Mora, Ryan Levdunsky, Maple Grove, and Sarah Verdoliva, Boatman, Lindstrom. I'm looking for my Vasa second place male. Okay. Anna Mork coming in from Mora. Vincent Wartang, Madison, Wisconsin. Terry Samoa from Mora coming across. Anna Pattenow, Mora coming across. Lily Horn, Ponal, Maine. Andrew Byrne, Sartell. Jared Luca, Minneapolis. Jacob Ellingson, St. Paul. Elin Olson. Come on, Elin. Woohoo! Way to go, Elin. Mora. Elsie Senes Foley and Dylan Rivard, Brook Park. Second place Vasa. Second place Vasa, Jacob Ellingson. Second place Vasa, Jacob Ellingson. Cross the line. All right. Justin Pavlish, Robin Welch, Emma Spoon. Nice job, skiers. Carrie Kubsek, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh, everybody's coming in so fast. Darren Rushke, Shell Lake, Wisconsin. Brian Korgard, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Brittany Martin, Chaplin. Emma Renke, Minneapolis. And Karina Unger, Mora, Minnesota. Mark Mackinac, St. Paul, Minnesota. Alex Reich, again in the leader group for the Vasa. Third place overall Vasa, I believe. Way to go, Alex. Strong finish. Looking good. Way to ski hard. Make sure you see the Krantz School list for your finisher's medal and your wreath if you're one of those top finishers. Tessa Green, St. Paul, Minnesota. Sharon Conroy, St. Paul, Minnesota. Darren Hull, Northfield, Minnesota. David Searle, Minneapolis. Michael Kittock, St. Paul, Minnesota. Mindy Benton, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jens Bartels, Oxford, Ohio. So we have Ohio, Idaho, New Hampshire, and Alaska on the map, folks. Kristen Anderson, Minneapolis. Sarah Holloran, Minneapolis. And Stephen Bullard, Minneapolis. So we have our top three men in for the Vasa. Top three men are in for the Vasa. They did space out a little bit there at the end. Did not come in as a pack. Catherine Olson, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Stephen Bullard, Minneapolis. Sarah Holran, Minneapolis. Anna Senes, Foley, Minnesota. That might be a repeat on accident, perhaps. Stephen Clark, Cushing, Wisconsin. Oh, Wisconsin's on the map, too. I forgot to mention them. Elizabeth Larson, Mora, Minnesota. Dan Larson, Mora, Minnesota. Eva Raynicki, Northfield, Minnesota. Steve Chase, Hopkins. Oli Ensrud, fourth place overall man's Vasa finisher, I believe. Oli, coming in hot. Nice work today. 4th place overall Vasa finisher just crossed the line, I believe. Sam Holmes, Marquette, Michigan. Michigan's on the map. Forgot them. I believe he's 5th place overall Vasa finisher. Sophie Grahn, Mora, Minnesota. Bill Mosier, Edina. Peter Langer, St. Paul. Jess Lewis, Ham Lake. Anthony Lushenko, Forest Lake. And Jack Williams, Minneapolis. I just had the Sam Thompson, Sartell. Just had the head coach for the local high school ski team pop in. He might join us again in a little bit. He's got to go test wax for tomorrow. I believe Classic is his favorite form of skiing. Jack Williams, Minneapolis. Sam Thompson, Sartell. Peter DeRuyter, Minneapolis. And Margaret Ludwig, Minneapolis. Ivan Rivard, Brook Park. Josiah Loosebrock. MV Mustangs team. And Melissa Stewart, Roseville, Minnesota. Ben DeFresen, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Caitlin Gregg. She's one of our top finishers. She's won this race before, I believe. She's at least in the top 10, maybe. Caitlin Gregg, Vasa. Sorry, folks. She might actually be. She is our Vasa winner for the women. Caitlin Gregg just crossed the line. Nice job, Caitlin. 1 hour, 59 minutes. She's won this race before. She might even be in our Hall of Fame in the Vasaloppet headquarters there. Jay Woodbeck, St. Paul, Minnesota. Laura Bednarski, Minneapolis. Tom Vernon, Albertville. Jacob Wortman, Duluth. Kelly Knoss. Marine on St. Croix, Minnesota. Blake Slutty, St. Paul. Kate Martin, Bemidji. Maggie Marks, South Haven. Brody Halverson, Mora. Ian Gamson, MV Mustangs team. Ethan Anderson, Rogers. Spencer Davis, Chaska. Andrew Shackle, Lake Elmo. Jasper Green, St. Paul. Eric Nordland, Roseville. Josh Simonson, Minneapolis. Eric Sass, Plymouth. David Whitaker, Golden Valley. Jeffrey Berdoliva, Boatman, Lindstrom. Forrest Peterson, Wilmer. Andrea Bulldog, Pettenbone, Elk River. Garrett Livingston, Duluth, Minnesota. Sarah Gunderson, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Lydia Rue, Mora, Minnesota. One of our own young skiers. Way to go, Lydia. Stephen Bolduck, Dayton, Minnesota. Heidi Schaffren, Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Paige Moe, Benson, Minnesota. First lady finisher for the Vasa has come in. First lady finisher. We're looking for the second and third place lady finishers anytime here. Nathan Bick, Duluth, Minnesota. Vasa finisher, coming in strong. Patrick Lawrence, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mark Schneebeck, Wayzata. Ski towards the ringing bells, folks. Ski to the bells. All right, way to go, skier. Sarah Bolter, Minneapolis. Bellringer finisher. Dominic DeVita, St. Paul. Coming down the line there. William Anderson, Minneapolis. Thomas Linden, Hinckley, Minnesota, folks. Leah DeSalt, Minneapolis, Bellringer finisher. McEwen Roadfeld, Edina. Gregory Pratt, Minneapolis. Susan Thorson, Sun Valley, Idaho. Another Idaho on the map again there, folks. David Helm, Annandale. John Sickler, Pine City. Abby Ellenbecker, Minneapolis. James Conway, Minneapolis. David Helm, Annandale. James Conway, Minneapolis. Might have already said that name, sorry. Amy Schmitz, Mora, Minnesota. Bellringer finisher, Thomas Frederick, Bloomington. Brian Harrington, Mora. Danny Schmitz, North Branch. Mitchell Miller, St. Charles. Sarah Zimmer, Duluth, Minnesota. Jane Fark, St. Joseph, Minnesota. Anders Bowman, Minneapolis. Vasa finisher, long race. Way to go. Don't forget to see the Krantskulas for your finisher's medal. Skiers' meals in the tent. Anders Bowman, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Emmett Donahue, St. Paul, Minnesota. Sean Heaton, Maple Grove, Minnesota. Lily Richmond, Minneapolis. Lauren Lupnow, St. Paul. Ansley Casper, Minneapolis. Catherine Pratt, Minneapolis. Brenna Greenfield, Duluth, Minnesota. Elia Moser, Fergus Falls. Kelly Carlin, Minneapolis. John Hawkinson, Osseo, Minnesota. Claire Vententop, Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks for coming to ski with us. Jocks Finlay, St. Paul, Minnesota. And Olivia Gay, Rochester, Minnesota. Lots of Dala finishers here. Wendy Caswell, Mora, Minnesota. Finishing that Bellringer. Nice job, Wendy. Ethan Seltzer, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Dala finisher. Michael Rowetter, St. Paul, Dala finisher, and Nathan Campbell, Lake Elmo. Dala finisher. Vasa finisher, Tyler Gilbert, Minneapolis. Anders Olson, Mora, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Catherine Senez, Foley, Minnesota. That might be a repeat, unsure. Foley, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Jay Lyons, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. And Martin Quant, Annandale, Minnesota, Bellringer finisher. Nice work, everybody. Jay Lyons, Minneapolis, Dala finisher. Dan Fark, St. Paul, Dala finisher. Some of these names might be repeats, I feel. Or maybe it's families that are skiing. Nice job, Dan. Rebecca Knutson, Rochester, Minnesota, Dala finisher. We're still looking for those Vasa lead women. We have our first place woman for the Vasa already in. Simon Peterson, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Vasa finisher. Annie Johnstone, Idaho Springs, Colorado. There's a new one on the map. Colorado, Bellringer finisher. Jack Nightingale, Minneapolis, Vasa finisher. Ben Larson, Menominee, Wisconsin, Vasa finisher. Chelsea Youngberg, Duluth, Vasa finisher, I believe. Second place, female finisher. Chelsea Youngberg, Duluth, I believe. Elkin Harrington, Lakin Harrington, St. Paul, Dala finisher. Jody Bakke, Mora, Minnesota. Way to go, Jody. Chuck Nelson, Lake Elmo. Elizabeth Peterson, Hugo. Ella Bogenschutz, Minneapolis. Thomas Carr, Dallas, Texas. We got another state on the map. Dan Huschhagen, Forest Lake. Josh Krieger, Minneapolis. Kira Stolen, St. Paul. Nico Kubota, Minneapolis. Shane Steele, Grand Marais. Tom Detzner, Hayward, Wisconsin. Artie Huber, Otsego. Kyle Rock, St. Joseph. And Julie Rue, Mora. Way to go, Julie. Louis Sirota, Chaska, Vasa finisher. Daniel Senes, Foley, Minnesota. Thanks for coming over from Foley. Carla Anderson, Matamidi. Finishing the Bellringer. Got a team skier coming in here. Sarah Witter, Menominee. Vasa finisher. Sarah, I believe you are third place overall. Vasa female. Sarah Witter crossed the line. Second place overall, looks like. Bonnie Hushhagen, Forest Lake, Minnesota. Chad Rickliffs, Boulder, Colorado. Leanna Tedder, Madison. Kent York, St. Paul. Joel Mulholland, Minneapolis, and Shelly Howe, Minneapolis. I believe we have our first and second place finishers for the women overall for the Vasa. Now in. Hannah Deckler, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dala finisher. Nice job, Hannah. Looks like she skis for a team, U of M. Nice job, Hannah. Got a Minnesota ski team suit on there. Yeah, so Peter Larson, head ski coach here in Mora, stuck his head in after he finished the Bellringer. He was going to chat with me a little bit, but we had too many finishers coming down the line. Like I said, I have to name everybody because we're so proud of you all, and it's been such a great day. I was going to do a little interview with him. He might pop back later if he has time, but he was off to test wax for his skis because classic skiing, I believe, is one of his strengths, and so he's getting ready to go for tomorrow. Matt Delaney coming in, finishing his Vasa race, just now coming down the line here. Sherry Metzel, Minneapolis, Bellringer finisher, and Stephanie Vandover, Minneapolis, Dala finisher, now approaching the finish line. Mark Brandenberger, Lionel Lakes, Bellringer finisher, and Danielle Dila, Minneapolis, Vasa finisher. Jonah Gilbert, Chatfield, Dala finisher. Justine Wolf, St. Paul, Dala finisher. Rilke Grimland, Seattle, Washington, another state on the map. Rilke Grimland, thank you for skiing with us today. Ian Wright, Minneapolis. Michael LeBarger, St. Paul. Carrie Meyer, Minneapolis. And Matthew Webster, St. Paul. All finishing up their races today. Amy Honeck, Rogers, Minnesota. And Don Callender, Maple Grove. Patrick Martin, Rogers, Minnesota, and Dallas Johnson, Wayzata, Minnesota. Matt Peterson, Minnetonka. Ben Gustafson, Kenora, Ontario. Ben Gustafson, Kenora, Ontario. All the way from Canada. Way to go, Ben. Thanks for being here today. Joe Martin, Champlin, Minnesota. Chad Sova, Thielensville, Wisconsin. Beth McCabe, St. Paul, Minnesota. Chris Palm, Minneapolis, Minnesota. So again, I had a chance to talk briefly with Peter Larson, head ski coach here in town. He was off to test wax on his skis. He might pop back later to do a little bit of an interview. Grant Halverson coming down the line here, St. Paul, Minnesota. Nora Rosemeyer, Prior Lake. Coming across that finish line, Alex Stewart, Roseville. Amy Johnson, Wayzata. Nora Rosenmeyer, Prior Lake. Amara Jackson, St. Paul, and James Swinghammer, Duluth, Minnesota, finishing his Dala. So, Peter, Coach Larson had to share with me that their season is wrapping up and their boys team is headed to state. Just had sections the other day. Incoming, we have Laura Catillo, Rochester, Minnesota, Rod Raymond, Duluth, Minnesota, Luke McKinnon, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Lynn Stegman coming across the line, one of our local favorites from Mora, Minnesota, and Tim Morris from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing up that Vasa. Andrew Rogers, St. Paul, Minnesota. Dave Ottoson, Hopkins, Minnesota. Ellie Larson, Waverly, Minnesota. Michael New, Evansville, Minnesota. Timothy Morse, Duluth. Andrew Rogers, St. Paul, Minnesota. Make sure you see the Krantzkulas for your race medal. Skiers Lunch is in the celebration tent. Katie Davis, Northfield, Minnesota. Cecilia Vanden Heuvel, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Mallory Williams, Elk River. Mark Sinnes, Foley, Minnesota. Travis Hink, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Diane Gray, Birchwood, Wisconsin. Chris Thorson, Sun Valley, Idaho. Another Idaho skier, Chris Thornson. Maggie Bowman, Minneapolis. Beth Conway, Minneapolis. Dave Kroll, direct from Mora, Minnesota, skiing in his Mora Ski Club ski uniform. Cindy Kittock, St. Paul, Minnesota. Kurt Schneider, Watertown, Wisconsin. Jay Adams, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Bob Kilgore, Lino Lakes. Heather Ken, Golden Valley. Erica Schwanke, Minneapolis. Bor Herrick, St. Paul, Minnesota. There's a water stop at the end of the lane. Don't forget to see the Krantzkulas for your medal. Skiers Lunch. Katie Brandenburg, Circle Pines, Minnesota. Cora Martinez, Belgrade, Minnesota. Don't forget to see the celebration tent as well for your skiers lunch, chili lunch for you. Award ceremony is at 3 p.m. Craig Thedwall, Highland Park, Illinois. Illinois, another state on the map, folks. I think we're at 8 or 9 states attended here, as well as Canada present. Luke Dukowski, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Micah Truman, Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a great day out, folks. And remember, you can register for classic races tomorrow for 50% off. So if you want to ski back-to-back days, long races, now is your chance. Great weather and a fun weekend. John Shorter, Bemidji. Jay Unick, Plymouth. Phoebe Schwartz, Madison, Wisconsin. Meet Kramer, Minneapolis. Josh Wold, Minneapolis. Susan Frizzell, Ames, Iowa. And my very favorite skier is now finishing her race. My very own sister, Lou Groshek, Minneapolis, Minnesota, crossing the line with the big the hat on there, the yellow hat. Congratulations to her, a big hug to her. Steve Shue, Osseo, Minnesota. Claire Niskanen, one of our local skiers. Way to go, Claire, coming on in. Mia Olson, Mora, Minnesota. Nicole Sheldon, Minneapolis. Matt Carlson, Minneapolis. Henry Fisher, Cottage Grove. A big congratulations to my sister as well, Lou Groshek. She finished her PhD in literature this fall, so she is officially Dr. Groshek. Nicole Sheldon, Minneapolis. Matt Carlson, Minneapolis. Henry Fisher, Cottage Grove. Rose Eisenmenger, Madison. Kaya Ludwig, Minneapolis. Andy Cornelius, Wayzata. Jake Olson, one of our local favorites, coming across that line there, Mora, Minnesota. Paul Kilgore from Duluth. Bob Ameli from Anoka, Minnesota. Jeff Doom, Edina. Wolf Williams, St. Paul. Sarah Hobby, St. Paul. Peter Everett, Minneapolis. Ryan St. Clair, Hermantown. Patrick Dolan, St. Paul. Aiden Ward, Mound. Gretchen Piper, Wayzata. Sorry for any repeats. I'm just going to go here. Wolf Williams, St. Paul. Sarah Hobby, St. Paul. Andrew Cromroy, St. Paul. Peter Everett, Minneapolis. Ryan St. Clair, Hermantown. Patrick Boylan, St. Paul. Aiden Ward, Mound. Gretchen Piper, Wayzata. Jan Gunther, Noah Struck, Minneapolis. Elaine Nelson, Duluth. George Froley, Minneapolis. And Steve Brunner, Vermont! I think we're at about 10 states now, folks. Londonderry, Vermont. Steve, thanks for joining us today. Okay, in the booth, I have our local ski coaches. I have Peter Larson and Lily Erickson. So, how was your race today, coaches?
It was super fun. We had a blast out there. We had the coaches and Chris team, so there was 4 of us that coached the high school team here, and my friend Chris, who does not, but wanted a team to join. So, it was a good time. We raced the 13K.
And tell us a little bit about your team. How many kids are on the team, and what's the breakup there?
We had about 42 skiers on the Mora team this year. It's pretty evenly spread throughout 7th through 12th grade. So it was pretty fun, pretty good group of skiers, and fun to have them out. A bunch of them were racing with us in the 13K today.
I'm just going to list a few more names here. Erica Busta, Duluth. Susan Woods, St. Paul. Max Johnson, Rosemount. Greg Wenz, Minneapolis. Eric Mengi, Minneapolis. Kitty Earl Tornianen, St. Paul. Stephen Froelich, West St. Paul. Craig Eatonson, Egan. Brian Hendrickson, Plymouth. Carl Branch, Madison. And Madeline Wall, Minneapolis. How has your season been? Were you on skis early, or did it take a while to get on skis?
This year we were able to get on skis pretty quickly just because it snowed pretty quick, and we've had a good support of all the Nordic Center helpers helping us out and getting out there, grooming the trails, so we were able to get on snow really soon this year.
That's always helpful. Benjamin Elkhorn, Joe Anderson, Cynthia Swanson, Ted Blankish, Gary Medin, Amy Senas, that family from Foley, thanks for joining us, that whole family. Paige Livdunsky, John Holstrom, Cassandra Neeser, Jesse Stegman, Sadie Hansken, Jody Lindberg, Benjamin Hay, Carolyn Brockman, Rick Cornelius, Marie Schumacher, Daniana Frankie, and Simon Mungie, all coming into that finish line. So, do you train in the summer, coaches? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, we do a summer training program through our Mora Community Ed here. So we had about 20 skiers out this summer, roller skiing 5 days a week. Pretty cool that we have them out for that, and that's definitely what leads to our success later in the season, is having that summer training so we can ski fast now.
And how many total coaches help you out on your team?
We have a bunch. We have, consistently 4, myself and Lily here in the booth, and then Chip Jardine, who's one on the Vasaloppet board. He's running around somewhere. He's just outside chit-chatting here. And we also have Chuck Flanders, has been with us most of the season as well. And then Wade Weber has been helping us out. And then we're lucky enough to have Max Anderson, one of our alumni, who works at Pioneer Midwest now, but he's helped us out at a lot of our races with waxing and just coaching the kids as well. So lots of good help and lots of volunteers who come and support the program.
Some more skiers coming in. Chris Bennett Ganger, Jackson Lee, John Eady, Micah Hansen, Kim Hughes, Brian Burns, Maureen Martin, Brian Koneman, and James Sloan, all approaching the finish line. Allison Trimpey. So as a ski team, what would you say your accomplishments have been so far? Peter, I know you've been coaching for several years now, and you've definitely built up a program.
Yeah, so I've been coaching 11 years. Chip's been coaching a little longer. We just had Lily, her first year here. But I think the big accomplishments are we have a bunch of skiers that are continuing to ski after they graduate. We had, actually, we'll hopefully have one of our alumni qualify for NCAA Nationals. And we had a bunch of alumni out today just skiing around. So whether they are racing at a Division I college level, like we have a couple guys out doing, or whether they're just showing up and racing the Vasaloppet, I'm really proud that they keep skiing afterwards.
All right, excellent work. Some more skiers coming in. Ken Strand, Allison Trimpey, Annika Olsen, Jackson Delbro, Amanda Stenberg, my best friend ever. Katie Crushell's outside the booth. Hi, Katie. Blaze Fugina, Cottage Grove, Patrick Jopp, Elk River, and Sarah Peters. Another Ontario skier, and that's a very long town name, Kamastakikwa, Ontario. Jacob Meyer, Thomas Ryan, John Tuma, Kristen Welch, and Lori Schall, all coming in. Great race today. All right, coaches, a few more questions here. What would you say your goals for the future are?
Well, keep doing what we're doing and keep building the team, get more kids on skis and having fun. And that's kind of the goal of our program, and teach them to be good athletes and good people, and then our success comes.
Any favorite moments in skiing this year?
I mean, we're pretty lucky. We had a pretty good race last Wednesday up at Giants Ridge where our boys team qualified for the state meet. So we'll be racing up at Giants Ridge again next week. That was pretty cool.
Favorite moment for the team this year? Oh man, I think skiing up at Corky, up north of Duluth, a single track through the woods, classic ski racing, and I love classic ski racing. Be out there tomorrow with everybody else here.
All right, some more skiers coming in. Kristen Welch, Lori Schall, Teresa Undem, Tyler Burkham, Charlie Wasalski, Eric Calms, Maddie McAllister, Ella Moores, Aaron Knob, Christopher Jopp, Evan Genoble, Ben Polk, Nathan Holshell, Will Hagendorn, Brian Shirkey, Landon Brosden, Lily Den Hartog, Peter Frizzell, Marcy Hartford, Jesse Simon, Ashley Van Buxom. All right. Well, coaches, I want to let you know that we appreciate all your hard work and everything you do for our kids in this community. And as always, be a skier, right?
Thanks for having us.
All right, I'm just going to start picking up here. Chad, Landon Borsden, Chad Bong, Lily Den Hartog, Peter Frizzell, Marcy Hartford, Jesse Simon, Ben Anderson, Ashley Van Buxom, Carmen Vander Velden, Claire Rawetter, Nelson Hahn, Keith Ravo, nice work, man, and Carrie Walsh, all coming across that line. Caitlin Grimstad, Elk River, Jacob Lochner, Faribault, Michael Wallace, Bloomington, and Ryan Soul, St. Paul Woodbury, Doug Connell, Cushing, and another state, folks. Are you ready for it? Carl Granroth, Ithaca, New York. We have New York on the map, folks. Piper Erickson, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Chris Plonsky, Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Finishing your races, big smiles on your faces. Don't forget to see our Kranskoulas for your finisher's medal. Skiers lunch in the celebration tent. Kajsa Norman, Ottawa, Ontario. Matthew Wenger, Ottawa, Ontario. Julie Holstrom, Savage, Minnesota. Colin McKinnon, Minnetonka. Rich Rovang, another state, folks. Rich Rovang, Ardeen, South Dakota. Yeah! Go South Dakota. Bob Cummings, Shakopee. Craig Broran, St. Paul. Ryan Peterson, Minneapolis. Don't forget, tonight, Vasaloppet Radio Hour Show, old-fashioned style radio show, 7 p.m. at the Paradise Theater. Craig Brown, St. Paul. Bob Cummings, Shakopee. Ryan Peterson, Minneapolis. Archie McKinnon, Minnetonka. Todd White, St. Paul. Simon Brooks, St. Paul. Walter Meanwell, Madison. Emily Masterson, St. Paul. And again, if you're feeling the itch to ski tomorrow, the weather's so nice. 50% off registration for a classical race tomorrow if you register today. Walter Meanwell, Madison. Pete Marshall, Minneapolis. Laura Strand, Mora. Tom Linsford, Chaplin. Jonah Lindberg, Anoka. Doug Sams, Hamel. Joe Harrington, Pine River. Jonathan Shupp, Park Rapids. Sherry Simpson, Minneapolis. George Warrow, St. Paul. Eric Nordgren, Duluth. We've got races here tomorrow, same time, same place. Classic race, long races start, Main Street, mass start, 10:30 a.m. 42K and 21K, the classic and the half classic. Mini Lopet is tomorrow at 1:30 between the elementary school and the Nordic Center. You can still register for that as well. Molly Munnings, Wayzata, and Matthew Pilfent, Ipspening, Michigan. William Delazar, St. Paul. Kaya Hingdenford Roost, St. Paul, Minnesota. She is in the Vasa, and I bet she's in the top 10 yet. I'd have to check that. Oh, maybe top 20. Most likely a age class finisher, though. Nice job, Kaya. Sydney Dickey, Madison, Peter Daniels, Golden Valley, and Jeffrey Fadender, Chanhassen, and Isaac Barnhill, Minneapolis. Hadley Jensen, Rochester. Ryan Davis, Rogers. John Faust, Minneapolis. Lisa Munson, Golden Valley. Fran Winchell, Northfield, and David Minthan, Oronco. Another state. We've had this state previously, though. Mila Reg, Anchorage, Alaska. Heck yeah, go Alaska. Greg Seidel, Lakeville. Tom Dumke, Andover, and Andrew Hudak, Cottage Grove. Nicholas Ongaro, Hibbing, Minnesota, and Robert Koshnick, Detroit Lakes. Jenna McGuire, Ogilvy, and Brig Becker, Hugo. Sam Kimball, Minneapolis. John Linden, Finlayson. Ella Reinman, Sheboygan. Tom Mulford, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Way to go, Tommy Mulford, finishing that Vasa. Lisa Freeman, Smithville, Missouri, another state, 12 states, I believe. Lisa Freeman, thank you for joining us today. If you have time, don't forget to take a picture by our Dala horse here in front of the Nordic or the Vasaloppet headquarters. Right now we have some local kids enjoying the Dala horse. Also, we have a larger Dala horse down Main Street. It's the largest Dala horse in the state of Minnesota. Deanna Buddy, Minneapolis. Michael Pivek, Minneapolis. And another local favorite, Adam Kerr, Mora, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Way to go, Adam. Strong skiing. Annette Druiz, Bemidji, Minnesota. Nice job, Annette. Janet Hardell, St. Paul, Minnesota. She looks like she's got a smile on her face. Nice job, Janet. Looks like a great day out. John Radloff, New Brighton, finishing his Vasa. Nice job, John. Joshua Mirth, Rochester, Minnesota, also finishing the Vasa. Michael Tate, Eden Prairie, finishing the Vasa. Don't forget to see those Kranskoulas for your finisher's medal. Skier's lunch is in the celebration tent. Award ceremony is at 3 p.m. today. Of note, award ceremony tomorrow is 2 p.m. Sam Hagendorn, Madison, Wisconsin, finishing the Vasa. Jill Cooper, Minneapolis, finishing the Dala. Nice job, Sam. Nice job, Jill. Classic races start tonight or tomorrow on Main Street, same time, same place. 10:30 a.m. start tomorrow for our classic races. Lauren Carlson coming in from Minneapolis, finishing her Dala, and Kyle Hall just rounded the corner, finishing his Vasa. Charles Carlson, Rockton, Illinois. Jane Straka, Madison. Zachary Beeksma, Greendale, Wisconsin. Judy Bendixson, Stanchfield. David Anderson, Prior Lake. Lauren Jackott, Stillwater. Roberto Cataneo, Rochester. And another ski doctor is coming in, folks. Brian Niskanen now approaching the finish line. Nice job, Brian, finishing his Vasa. Way to go. Great day out. Julia Schwinghammer from Ely finishing her Vasa. Sarah Kendrick, Minneapolis, finishing her Vasa. James Cabatoni from Prior Lake finishing the Dala. Odd Osland from St. Paul finishing the Dala, and Nathan Struttle, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Results. If you're looking for a results printout, you can get a formal results printout in the corner of the celebration tent. Superior Timing has a table set up there. I believe also at some point you'll be able to see them online as well. Caitlin Richter, Minneapolis, finishing the Dala. Jeffrey Olson, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Donald Erman, Eden Prairie finishing the Dala. Joshua Wolinski, Minneapolis finishing the Vasa. And Maria Hansen, Rochester finishing the Dala. Excellent job, skiers. Clifton Hall, Mendota Heights, Vasa finisher. Nice job, Clifton. Barry Gustafson, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Nice job, Barry. Luke Patelko, Duluth, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Jeremy Johnson, Waterloo, Iowa. Andrew Wall, Newport, Minnesota, finishing their Dalas. John Dennis, St. Cloud, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Daniel Hansen, St. Paul, finishing the Vasa. Edward Coutu, Plymouth, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. David Jedniak, Maple Grove, finishing the Vasa. Don't forget, skiers lunch in the celebration tent. Award ceremony, 3 p.m. Make sure you see the Kranskulas for your finisher's medal. Jennifer Brinkerhoff, St. Paul, finishing the Dala. David Ace, Minneapolis, finishing the Bellringer. John Bowler, Champlin, finishing the Vasa. Way to go, Jennifer. Good job, David. Bring it home, John. Robert Marks Kirst, St. Paul, finishing the Dala. Daniel Okubo, St. Paul, finishing the Dala. Nice job, Daniel. Way to go, Robert. Carson Dopenhove, Mound, Minnesota. Todd Crowan, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing their Vasas. Will Tremaine, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Veronica Hudek, Cottage Grove, finishing her Vasa. And Larry Deal, St. Paul, finishing the Vasa. Good job. Sprint to the finish. Nice work. Finish strong. Laurel Sipe, Otsego, Minnesota, finishing her Dala. Lawrence Nemec, Mound, Minnesota, finishing the Dala. Nice job, skiers. Great day out. Mike Campbell from Shakopee, Minnesota. William Stoffergen, Lake Elmo, finishing the Vasa. And Melissa Berman, Eden Prairie, finishing the Vasa. Lawrence Nemec, Mound. Mike Campbell, Shakopee. Melissa Berman, Eden Prairie, finishing the Vasa. Again, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry if I mispronounce any names today. I definitely do my best, and my goal is to name every skier that crosses that line. And if I missed you, I'm terribly sorry, and I will personally give you a hug if you come over here to the announcer's booth. William Stoffergen, Lake Elmo, Melissa Berman, Eden Prairie, Wesley Dennering, Ashland, Maine, Massachusetts. Sorry, I got to get right on my state abbreviations here, folks. Another state, Massachusetts. I think that's at least 12 or 13 states now. Daniel Nesseth, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Erica Algren, Minneapolis. Lydia Anderson, St. Joseph, Minnesota. Todd Larson, Minneapolis. David Gregory, Portage, Wisconsin. I grew up in Adams Friendship, David. We used to be neighbors. Karen Montanaro, Shakopee. Anna Lati, Duluth. Derek Colgraff, Mora. Kevin Olson, Minneapolis. Jorn Siepman, Hastings. Ted Holland, Afton. Nice job, skiers. Great day out. Thanks for being here today. Ski towards the bells. You're going to hear bells ringing in your sleep tonight, folks. I dare anybody to bring me an alcoholic beverage. A hot toddy, maybe. Never mind. I just figured out what's in a hot toddy, and I don't want that. All right, just a reminder, this is live streamed on Facebook and YouTube, so you can watch remotely or have friends and family also watch remotely if you wish. Jorn Siepman, Hastings, Wisconsin, or Minnesota. Ted Holland, Afton, Minnesota. Christopher Coffey, Minneapolis. Douglas Price, Minneapolis. Eric Egstad, Golden Valley, all finishing their races. Nice job, folks. David Schutz, St. Michael, Minnesota, finishing his Vasa. Way to go, David. We're out here working on our tan today, right, folks? Got some White Bear Lake Nordic team members walking by in their outfits. Someone just brought me a Sapsucker Farms Yellow Belly cider. Yay! Wade Lennox won the race to bring me a beverage. No more beverages, we're good. Here comes Paul skiing down, doing his cool down for the day. Awards are at 3 p.m. in the celebration tent today. Of note, tomorrow awards are at 2 p.m. Carlton Johnson, St. Paul, Minnesota, and Hannah Donnell, Madison, Wisconsin, now finishing their races. Nice job, Carlton. Excellent work, Hannah. Natalie Boucher, Madison, Wisconsin, finishing her Dala as well. Rick Buddy, Minneapolis, finishing his Vasa. Nice work, Rick. Again, you can get a formal printout of your results in the corner of the celebration tent. Superior Timing has a table set up there where you can get that printout. Additionally, I believe that results will be available online if they aren't already very soon, within the next 24 hours. Celebration tent award ceremony at 3 p.m. Mike Keys coming in, finishing his Vasa. Excellent work, Mike. What an accomplishment. Just a reminder, Vasaloppet Radio Hour is tonight, 7 p.m. in the Paradise Theater at the end of the street here, or just down the street. Free admission to all. It's an old-fashioned radio show with comedic acts and live music. Elizabeth Morris is coming in from St. Paul, finishing her Vasa. Excellent work, Elizabeth. Daniel Keffenheim from Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa, and William Solbo from Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Jacob Johnson from Mora, finishing the Vasa. Nice work, Jacob. David Bryan, St. Paul, finishing the Vasa. Lots of Vasa finishers. Excellent work, team. Way to be a skier. Brian Kintar, Minneapolis, Vasa finisher. Connor Preston, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Come on down, Connor. Ski towards the bells. Paul Wagner, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Classic race tomorrow starts at 10:30 right here on Main Street. We have the Classic and the Half Classic, 42K and 21K. Beth Hassler, Excelsior, Matt Torno, St. Cloud, Joe Derac, St. Paul, John Strook, Golden Valley, Mark Preston, Minneapolis. Connor Preston, Minneapolis. Ophelia Laurie, Minneapolis. Great work, skiers. Don't forget your skiers' lunch in the celebration tent. It's a chili lunch. Also, don't forget to see the Kranskoulas for your finisher's medal. And if you wish, we'll see you back here tomorrow for Classic Racing. It's half off right now if you register today for the ski races tomorrow. Hopefully you packed your Classic skis. If you're looking for some kick wax advice or glide wax, feel free to see the Swix wax team over under the red tent near the Vasaloppet headquarters. Don't forget to check out our Vasaloppet headquarters merchandise. Hats, shirts, bells, Dala horses, whatever your Vasaloppet needs might be, they are at the Vasaloppet headquarters building. Also in that building, you will find the Vasaloppet Hall of Fame, which is for people who I believe have won the long races 5 or more times. It's kind of fun to peruse through those pictures. Chris Lyon, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Great work, Chris. Dave Moore, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa, and Amy Hurdle, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Ben Koenig, Sartell, finishing the Vasa. Just a reminder, we have open ski here tonight on the start-finish area. If you want to bring your little ones out to ski, it's a very fun place. It's nice and flat. I'm probably bringing my 4-year-old out here tonight for a ski. You can ski a little bit and have supper. That's from 4:30 to 8:30. Vasaloppet Radio Hour show is at 7 p.m. at the Paradise Theater. Our groomers will be going over the entire course again tonight to lay down our tracks for tomorrow's classic races. I don't know if it'll be 2 or 3 sets of tracks on the course once you're out there, but probably 2 or 3 sets, I believe. They'll take 2 groomers, and bullies going around once each. 1 full pass is probably about 4 hours per groomer. 4 hours. Ingrid Liesk, Buffalo, Minnesota, finishing her Vasa. Nice job, Ingrid. Peter Enns, right behind her, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa as well. Great work, Peter. Your announcer for tomorrow will be Phoebe Myron Kroll. She is our Mora Ski Club president, so she'll be your host for the races tomorrow. Don't forget, Lost and Found is available at the Vasaloppet headquarters. If you've lost something or are looking for something, hopefully it will be turned in that location. And I'm looking across the street, and I do believe I'm seeing a llama. 2 llamas, actually. So if you want to go pet a llama, go across the street where I think they're selling socks. They're nodding at me. That's pretty fun. We've got some llamas here at the Vasaloppet. Make sure you go meet the llamas. Christopher Grangs, Arlington, Virginia. Got another state on the map, folks. Virginia. I think that's 13 states or so. Kathleen Tomlinson, Brand, Minnesota. Finbar McCarthy, Plymouth, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa, and Ian Casper, Middleton, Wisconsin, finishing the Vasa. Bob McKenzie from Stillwater, finishing that Vasa race with a smile on his face. Nice work, Bob. Thanks for skiing with us today. Hiya, hiya. Again, don't forget to look across the street under the white tent. It looks like we have some llamas to meet. And also some, or maybe they're alpacas. Anyway, they might be alpacas. I'm not sure. It looks like you can buy socks made of wool from those animals. So for all your sock needs, warm socks, check under the white tent. And Corey Braden, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Corey Braden, lots of hard work out there. Nice job. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas for your medal. Raymond Watts from St. Paul Maple Grove, finishing up on that Dala. Stacy Stuffgren, Lake Elmo, Minnesota, finishing her Vasa race. Nice and smooth. Looking good. Micah Johnson, Minneapolis, also finishing the Vasa. Way to go, skiers. Great day out. Ellen Hine, Maple Grove, coming down the street to finish that Vasa race. Megan Kime, Minneapolis, finishing the Dala. Craig Shimonik, St. Paul, finishing the Vasa. And my very favorite friend, straight off the plane from Kauai on vacation, Ryan Vanilla Sky Crushel from Mora, Minnesota. Brian Houst, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Ryan also finishing the Vasa. And Kirsten Howitt from St. Paul coming down the line here to finish the Dala. Kit Johnson from Woodbury finishing her Vasa race. Audrey Urbanowick from Minnetonka, Minnesota, finishing her Vasa race. Grace Baker, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Aiden Graff from Madison finishing the Vasa. Great work, Aiden. John Klug, St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the Dala, and Kelsey Miller, St. Paul, finishing the Vasa. Justin Quaid, Lakeville, finishing his Vasa. Don't forget to see those Kranskoulas for your finishing medal, folks. Just ski towards the bells. Tyler Lindquist, Woodbury, finishing up the Vasa. Way to go, Tyler. Thanks for skiing with us today, man. Justin Quaid, Lakeville. All right, folks, and we'll see you here tomorrow, same time, same place, 10:30 a.m. We have the start for our classic ski races. We have the classic 42K and the half classic 21K. Special offer here, folks. If you want to ski tomorrow, you can register now for the classic race. 50% off that race, folks. 2 back-to-back days of skiing in the glorious sunshine in Mora, Minnesota. What could be better than that? And just now finishing, we have Christopher Stothhammer, St. Paul, finishing the Vasa. Timothy Rogers, St. Paul, finishing the Vasa. And Carol Markham Cousins, Minneapolis, finishing her Vasa. Tyler Lindquist, Woodbury, finishing the Vasa. And David Bjork, Fergus Falls, coming down the classic tracks, finishing that Dala. Nice form, looks good. Eli Blasik, Minneapolis, Vasa, finisher. Jan Kim, St. Paul, finishing the Dala. Alexandra Cunliffe. Someone said it. St. Paul, Minnesota. Skip Fay, Minneapolis. Everybody's finishing their Vasas. Brian Larson, Minneapolis, and Eric Peterson, Minneapolis. Michael Bono, Minneapolis, also Vasa finisher, just now coming onto Main Street. You're almost there, folks. Just ski towards the bells, and you've got this. See those Kranskoulas for that finishing medal. Michael Bono, Minneapolis. Douglas Isaacson, Stillwater. Tina Henriksen, Plymouth. Ann Kubisek, Wayzata, Minnesota. And Daniel Lind, Savage, Minnesota. I'm hearing lots of Go Tinas out there. Go Tina. Way to go, skiers. Ian Thurston, Madison, Wisconsin. Joe Mork. Joe Mork. Ogilvie, Minnesota. Daniel Lind, Savage, Minnesota. Way to go, Joe, finishing that long race. Nice work. Stephen Mills, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa as well. And we have some classic finishers here coming down the line. Excellent work, skiers. So we have Anna Schultz, Mora, Minnesota, and Mike Gerard, Lino Lakes, Minnesota. Let's welcome them across the finish line. They're having a great day out. Aaron Walczak, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, finishing his Vasa. Nice job, Aaron. Big smile on his face. I like it. Christine Smalley, Minneapolis, finishing up on her Vasa. Penn Fang, Minneapolis, finishing up on his Vasa. Excellent work, everybody. So proud of your race today. So proud. So it is official. I do think that a few shirts were taken off today during this ski race. It hasn't been this warm for about 10 years, probably. I don't remember people doing that for quite a while now. Here comes Ashley Lacey from Fargo, North Dakota, another state on the map. Our first North Dakota entry, finishing her Bellringer in true classic form. Nice job, Ashley. And Scott is following up behind her. Scott Stopenheim, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Kilo Sol Savala from Glenville, Illinois. Kilo Savala coming on into the finish line. David Danny from Afton, Minnesota. Bernard Haas, St. Paul, Minnesota. Just want to give a shout out to our medical support crew. Looks like our Wellia Health ambulance has been here and probably at other places on the course, but now they're moved to the finish line area. And we want to thank them for their time and support whenever they're able and not out on a call, of course, or if there's 2 ambulances available. Those are my coworkers in there, folks. Joseph Wojcik from Excelsior, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Lisa Garrington from St. Paul. Josie Walton from Minneapolis. finishing up the Vasa. Eric McBride, Stillwater, coming on to Main Street. William Daniels, Duluth, headed for the finish line, finishing the Vasa. If you're looking for formal results, head to the celebration tent. In the corner of the celebration tent, you can get a printout of your overall time and class, age class results done by Superior Timing. Again, I want to emphasize what a great job they did and how easy they are to work with today. Sam is in the black van here right next to my announcing booth, and he has set up several chip readers on the course and right here at the end of Main Street. And I use a laptop and I watch names populate off of those chip readers. And so it's a pretty slick system compared to having to use binoculars and spotters and paper that you scramble through. That was stressful. The old days of that were stressful. So we appreciate Superior Timing. We've had them here with us for a few years now, and we'll keep them coming back. So now you can reminisce on your race tonight. First of all, you'll dream about bells ringing, and that will be great. But you'll also remember certain sections of the course, like the Vasa Hills, and Rogers Ridge, and Amy's Alley, and Mora Lake. Two skiers coming in here. Jen Drost, Ogilvie, Minnesota, finishing the Bellringer. And another skier with Jen, who I don't see a name for yet. But good job, skier, and thanks for being here with us today. William Daniels, not William Daniels, he already finished, I think. Margot Higgins, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Margot is coming down the line to finish her Vasa. Margot, the Cran School Finisher's Medal for you, and there's a big smile on your face, and that is what we love. Great job, Margot. A big thank you to this year's 2023 Cranskoola, Dana Woods. She has supported our ski community with kids that have been in skiing now, I believe, in college or maybe even beyond college, and also volunteering through several other organizations. She's our dietitian at the hospital, and she has done a great job helping the Cranskoolas get the finish line ready, get the awards ready, and get organized with that this year. Big thank you to her. She's the lady in the green jacket at the finish line. That's Dana. You could get your picture with her. That outfit she's wearing is direct from Sweden. The other ladies in red with her are also Cranskoolas, either past or upcoming. And as we say in Mora, once a Cranskoola, always a Cranskoola. We have two more favorites approaching the finish line. Well, actually, three, I should say. We have Erica Olson finishing the Dala, accompanied by her husband, who's already raced today and finished. Nice job, Erica. And Ski Club President Phoebe Myron-Curl finishing her Vasa long race. Nice job, Phoebe and Erica. Way to go, ladies. Phoebe will be your announcer tomorrow. She'll be your host for the races tomorrow. Adam Mackey from Minneapolis is finishing his Vasa. Excellent work, Adam. And Julie Rowe, St. Paul, is coming in to finish her Dala as well. Just a note about Vasa Radio Hour. It is broadcast live on 95.5 KBEK, but also you can watch it live stream. So Vasaloppet Facebook and YouTube will have the Vasaloppet Radio Hour show available live stream. And we have Brody Muchler from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, coming in to finish that Vasa. Excellent work, Brody. Just a little over an hour until our results or award ceremony in the celebration tent. Again, that's 3 o'clock today. Award ceremony tomorrow is 2 o'clock. Races start here tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning. 42K Classic and 21K Half Classic are options for tomorrow, and you can still register for those at half price. So you could ski long races back-to-back days, and that would be so fun. Also, Mini Loppet tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. between the Nordic Center and the elementary school. That is intended for young skiers. You have a half K option, 1K option, and 4K option. And all the kids get a medal from the Kranskoulas and, I believe, milk and cookies when they cross the finish line. And it is just so much fun to watch those kids ski. Parents are welcome on the course for the Mini Loppet. They can accompany their child, even bring a sled if you don't think the child can make the whole loop. We have a few more finishers approaching the finish line. We have Randy Brendel from Owatonna finishing the Vasa. And another finisher went through there. Your name hasn't quite popped up on my screen yet, but excellent work. I'll call it out once it pops up for me here. Don't forget, you can recycle your bib today if you wish. Superior Timing can reuse the chip that's in the front and back of your bib. Just turn it back in at the headquarters. Here we have some more finishers. Aaron Kincioli from Minneapolis finishing the Vasa, and Matthew Voss from Minneapolis finishing the Vasa. Aaron and Matthew, nice work. Isabel Van Hatten, Minneapolis, finishing her Vasa ski race. David LaCourse, Belle Plaine, finishing the Vasa, and Simon Struck, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Nice work, gang. Don't forget, you can come out for open ski here right on the finish start area tonight from 4:30 to 8:30, especially good for young kids. And enjoy supper at one of our local establishments. We have the Crystal Bar and Grill, El Jalisco Mexican Restaurant, Kev's Depot Bar and Grill, and Emma's Pizza. Tonight, our groomers will be going over the course again, the entire course to lay down tracks for tomorrow's classic races. There'll be 2 piston bullies. They'll each make about 1 pass. 1 pass is probably about 4 hours on this course at least. I suspect there'll be at least 2 or 3 sets of tracks on the course tomorrow. Micah Strike coming in from Northfield, finishing the Vasa. Nice work, Micah. Don't forget, you can come back and ski with us a few other times this year or for other athletic events. Upcoming, we have the last chance race, which is usually the end of February or early March. We also have the Founders Classic race, typically the end of February. So you have 2 more chances to come back and ski with us, or you can just come enjoy our Nordic Scanner trails, which are open to the public for a free will donation. Here we have a Dala finisher. Dala finisher, nice work. And if skiing isn't your thing, feel free to come back and join us for some other athletic events over the course of the year. We do have the Mora Classic and Motion Series, which involves completing 4 events over the course of a year. If you complete them all within a year's time, starting with any event, you do get a medal. I've completed the Mora Classic Series 11 times. I just saw Ryan Vanilla Sky Crushel hobble by, but he did it. He finished that race. Nice work, man. Anyway, back to the Classic Series. That would include the ski races today of various lengths, you picking based on the Motion Series or the Classic Series, as well as a 16-mile canoe race in May, which is great fun, especially if the water is a little bit higher. Half marathon or 5K run in August, and 25-mile or 50-mile bike ride in September. We have some skiers here. Christy McCarthy, Eden Prairie, finishing her Dala. Nice work, Christy. And Henry Holcomb from Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Excellent work. Make sure you see the Kranskoulas for your finisher's medal. Skiers' lunch is in the celebration tent. Justin Bokey from Minneapolis is finishing his Vasa. Nice work, Justin. And a huge thank you to all of our volunteers. There's probably a few hundred people in this community that make this very weekend happen. And the work goes on all year long, not just today, folks. Our board is all volunteers. We have 1 employed administrative assistant who makes things run behind the scenes. So many trail crew members. Our Kranskoulas and King Vasa for hospitality. Jane Lonquist is here from Minneapolis, and she is finishing the Vasa. Way to go, Jane. Just a reminder, our sponsors for this event include Wellia Health, Yellowstone Track Systems, Grand Casino Hinckley, Northland Automation and Engineering, Own and Family Foundation, Mora Municipal Utilities, Kanabec County Times, Quality Disposal Systems, East Central Energy, Burnix, Franklin Outdoor Advertising, Spire Credit Union, Swix, and Salomon Ski. Paul Head and Dover finishing the Vasa, Swix, and Salomon Ski. You can see the Swix ski wax tent over there in the red. If you need some glider kick wax for tomorrow. Also, equipment and time donations. Douglas Kerr Underground donated dozers, dump trucks, and dirt, quite frankly, this year to build another hill in the Vasa Hills for you to ski on. Redstone Construction has done the same. Electricians in the area also have helped us set up our pumps to get water to the cooling ponds to feed the snow guns. So a big thank you to everybody in this community and the city of Mora who donates employees and dump trucks to bring in snow, mostly from the airport, when we have to cover Main Street, which is a big event on Friday afternoon, Friday evening. That's when we cover Main Street with snow. David Potsek from Lakeville finishing the Vasa, and Elizabeth Hoff from Minneapolis finishing her Vasa. Thomas Peterson from St. Paul finishing the Vasa. Great work, skiers. And Kayo Aslagson from Starbuck, Minnesota is approaching the finish line, finishing the Dala. Kayo, way to go, man. Amanda Brubachen from Isanti finishing the Bellringer, classic style. Way to go, Amanda. And Gretchen Pick, Minneapolis, finishing the Vasa. Jennifer Grant, Boulder, Colorado, all the way from Colorado, just to ski with us. How lucky are we? Finishing her Vasa. Way to go, skiers. Lots of smiling faces. Hopefully no sunburns. Clint Scott from Sammamish, Washington. I don't know if we've had Washington today yet for a state. Finishing the Vasa. That might be 14 states or so, folks. I'm pretty sure we haven't had Washington. Way to go, Clint. All right. Weather tomorrow is pretty similar to today. Should be a great day out, partly sunny. The high appears to be just a few degrees lower than today, perhaps. And wind speed about the same. Hopefully we get some below freezing temperatures tonight, which I believe we should, to freeze up the tracks that they're going to set overnight here. Steve Weiber approaching the finish line from St. Cloud. He's finishing his Dala race. Great job, Steve. We got about 1 hour until our award ceremony in the celebration tent. Tammy Davis from Duluth, now approaching the finish line to finish her Vasa race. Way to go, Tammy. Hiya, hiya. Woohoo, she gave us a wave. If you want your formal results, you can get a receipt with a printout of your overall time and age class placement in the celebration tent in the corner. Superior Timing has printouts available. It's like a receipt style printout, I believe, where you can get that to have with you. Otherwise, within 24 hours, I suspect you'll be able to see your results online. Ben Sekernick from Sussex, Wisconsin is finishing the Vasa classic style. Oh man, he went all in on the long race in classic style with classic skis. That's so awesome. And are you going to come back and ski classic with us again tomorrow? Oh, he says no. It's half off if you register now if you want. Way to go, Ben. Look great. David Hansen from Rochester, Minnesota is finishing his Vasa. Seth Berlin, Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the Vasa. Nice work, Seth. Age class winners today will be receiving Dala horses for their accomplishments. The Dala horses are from Sweden, hand-carved, hand-painted. They're made at a small factory just outside of Mora, Sweden. I've toured the factory. It's pretty fun. Historically, a Dala horse has been a child's toy to play with, but boy, they are special to display on a shelf, and they're definitely a conversation piece. Also, our longer race winners today, male and female, got a choice of a cash prize for $1,000 or a trip to Sweden to ski in the Vasaloppet there in just a few weeks. Timothy Nelson, Arden Hills, now finishing his Vasa race. Nice work, Timothy. By Valerie Rittler, Minneapolis, finishing her Vasa race. Make sure you see the Kranskulas for your medal. Way to go. Just a little history about our race. Our race was started in 1973. We had the 50th anniversary of the race last year. Andrea Pontiadni Smith is finishing her race from Minneapolis. She did the long one, folks. Vasa finisher. Nice work, Andrea. Initially, this race for many years was a point-to-point race with private landowners donating their land for use for the course. The last point-to-point race was in 2014, I believe. At that point, there was a transition to this lap-style race with a start and finish downtown. And this transition largely happened due to several low snow years leading to unpredictable races, which frustrated our skiers, understandably. So we moved towards something that can be more predictable, which is the course we have now and the snowmaking capabilities we have now. You'll see our flags flying just outside of Vasaloppet headquarters. We have 4 flags symbolizing the countries that all the Vasaloppet races are in. So we have the United States of America flag, and then also a Swedish flag, a China flag, and a Japan flag. And these are the places where you can do other Vasaloppet ski races. Paul Stenberg, a Mora favorite, is finishing the long race. Paul, way to go. Ponytails flying, man. Finishing his Vasa. Steven Schwartz, Maple Grove, also now finishing the Vasa. Way to go, Steven. Don't forget open skiing here tonight on the start-finish area. This is a fun place to bring kids for open ski and have supper right here on Main Street. Tonight our groomers will be going over the whole course to lay down our tracks for classic skiing tomorrow. It's not too late to register for a classic race. It's half off if you want to ski tomorrow classic. Hopefully you packed your classic skis. Start time here tomorrow, same time, 10:30 mass start. Classic and half classic, 42K 2 laps, 21K 1 lap. Tomorrow at 1:30 we'll have our mini Loppet, which is a fun ski race for kids. We have a half K, 1K, and 4K options on that course, which is set up between the elementary school and the Nordic Center. The Krantz schools will meet the kids at the finish line with completion medal and, I believe, milk and cookies. What could make you love skiing more than that? Brian Anderson, White Bear Lake, finishing his Vasa. What an accomplishment. Nice job. Tomorrow's announcer will be Phoebe Myron-Kroll. She's our Mora Ski Club president. She'll be hosting you throughout the day for that. And we have another two finishers coming down Main Street with their long races almost finished. Those big races almost finished. Roger Grimm, Rochester, Minnesota, crossing the finish line, finishing his Vasa race. Bob Richards, Villa Park, Illinois, finishing the Vasa race. Way to go, gentlemen. And always, whether fast or slow, we ski to be a skier, in the words of Tom Geese. Be a better person at every opportunity you get. If you're spectating tomorrow, race start time again is 10:30 a.m. right here on Main Street. We expect to see the long classic race finishers roll in at approximately 12:50. The half classic finisher winners at approximately 11:30 a.m. if you're looking to see the winners come in tomorrow. So half classic finishers, about 1 hour of ski time, starting at 10:30 a.m., finishing at 11:30 a.m. 42 classic, full classic, about 2 hours, 20 minutes skiing, starting at 10:30, finishing around 12:50. So a little more spread out tomorrow. And again, if you want to spectate, the start-finish line area is a great place to be. Also, you can head over to the northeast corner of the trails, the Vasa Hills, as we call them, and sneak back in there. There's a water stop back in there that you can be adjacent to spectate. You can easily spectate near the Nordic Center. There's easy vehicle access there. And then also Library Park, the hill coming up to the bell tower across Mora Lake is also kind of a fun place to be, to see the leaders especially maybe have to go up that hill as they're coming into the finish. Don't forget, Lost and Found is in the Vasaloppet headquarters. You can also purchase merchandise, Vasaloppet merchandise in the headquarters building on Main Street here. If you wish to, I just had another name pop up on my list here, Gavin O'Connell, Sartell, Minnesota, Dala finisher. If you want to support skiing in our community, there are some opportunities for donation. You can donate through the Vasaloppet webpage specifically to the Nordic Center Snowmaking and Grooming. Again, that's open for public use with no fee, although donations are accepted. And that would basically support skiing for those who maybe can't pay for their trail fees for the community and greater regional area. We do get a lot of weekend use from large groups and high school teams. Also, we have the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund that you can donate to, and this did, in the last year, provide equipment to several skiers and I believe entry fees and participation in junior championships for 2 different skiers in the area. And then, of course, every fall, we have our Vasaloppet fundraiser, which supports our nonprofit organization and this ski race specifically. And that's in the fall. That's usually a dinner type event with an auction. Please watch for that and come and join us. And we have a skier approaching the finish line for her finish. We have Deanna Rocker from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, finishing the long race, the Vasa. Nice work, Deanna. She's got a big smile. She's going to go see the Kranskoulas for her medal. Great work. A little bit of information for our listeners who are live streaming. Today was primarily skate skiing, although it was freestyle and you could choose to classic if you wish. The majority of skiers today did skate skiing, which is more of a diagonal motion where you push forward and out, kind of like ice skating or rollerblading. Tomorrow we will have all strictly classic races, and we moved towards that format for race weekend at the urging of Vasaloppet Sweden, who is our overseeing organization, who we work in cooperation with. They wanted to see more support for classic skiing, since that is what is predominantly done in Europe and Sweden in particular. And so we moved towards a format where on Sunday all we do is classic races. And classic races is the parallel skiing where you're striding or walking with skis right next to each other straight ahead. And some skiers use skis where they put kick wax in the kick area underneath their boot to propel them forward, and glide wax on the tips and tails of the classic skis. There also are skin skis now, which have come out over the past few years, and they have mohair in the kick area, so you don't need to use kick wax, but you do still glide wax your tips and tails. If you want any waxing assistance for later today or tomorrow's races, feel free to check in under the Swix tent just across the street here by the headquarters building. They'll have some waxing options for you out and available. Also, a lot of waxes now, especially glide waxes, come in a spray-on form. It used to be that you had only the iron-on brick wax options or powder options that you had to then iron. And now you can also get some spray-on options that you then buff off once it's dry. And so that has made waxing honestly faster, especially for practice outings. Maybe not race days, or maybe your last layer for glide. So there's been a lot of changes in technology over the past few years. If you're looking for formal race results, you can get a receipt type printout from Superior Timing. In the celebration tent, in one of the corners of the tent, there's a printout area where you can get your receipt with your overall race time and your age class placement. If skiing is new to you and you want to try it, the Mora Ski Club does have some Learn to Ski nights throughout, I think typically Wednesday nights and maybe some Sundays. So check their website if you want to learn to ski. Also, if you're looking for equipment, we do host a ski swap here, typically the weekend before Thanksgiving. But additionally, look for ski swaps in other towns, bigger urban areas, if you don't want to spend a lot of money but want to try skiing. Rental equipment is also always an option. Amber Glow from St. Paul, Minnesota is coming in to finish her Dala. Great work, Amber. Those Kranskulas are just waiting to give you your medal. Nice job. Also, skate skiers typically use longer poles. Classic skiers typically use shorter poles. Oftentimes you'll see classic skiers sort of run up hills in the tracks if they have enough grip or kick to do that. Otherwise, they might have to step out and do the herringbones type to go up hills. Skate skiers use a few different maneuvers. Actually, both classic and skate skiers do a lot of double poling. So that's when you just use your abs and your arms and you double pole to move yourself along. Skate skiers also do a few different motions. V1 is one option, open field, and then V2 are some of the other movements that you might see skate skiers doing. Technically, I believe in a lot of the classic races, you cannot step out and glide with a diagonal push more than a few steps with one ski. If you start doing multiple steps gliding with both skis, then that would be a grounds for disqualification because then you're sort of skating and not classicing. For skiers tomorrow, just be aware we do keep poles at the water stops. We did have a pole break earlier today. We were informed, and for skiers that do have a pole break, there are poles available at the water stops for you. So if you can get to the next water stop, you can get that second pole. Tom Rowe, Hugo, Minnesota, and Paul Larson from Plymouth, Minnesota. These two gentlemen are finishing their Vasa races. Tomorrow's race for the long race, 42 kilometers, will be 2 laps. And incoming, we have David Calhoun from Madison and classic style skier Paul Buemaster from Northfield, Dala finisher. Nice work, Paul. tomorrow on your laps for the classic races, you'll also have 3 soup stops. Same distances, 4 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 19 kilometers on that lap for your soup stops. 3 soup stops. Same things will be served at those soup stops for tomorrow. Matt Moser, Fergus Falls, finishing the Vasa Classic Style. Nice job, Matt. Are you going to ski with us tomorrow? He says no. Way to go, Matt. Nice job. Patrick Klein from Minneapolis finishing the Vasa, and Jacob Hildebrand from Minneapolis finishing the Vasa. Great work. Thanks for skiing with us today, guys. I don't know the total registrations, the final word. I suspect that we have several last-minute registrations for the Bellringer in particular. I know that they actually ran out of bibs for them at the last minute, which makes me think that they had some registrations at the last minute for that event, given the nice weather. But I do know that in this whole weekend, we have at least 1,500 skiers participating between all the races and the mini Loppet, which is really exciting. We haven't had numbers this high for a few years now, and this is the first race we've had in a few years without any modifications. For the past few years, we have not had a celebration tent due to COVID, and we had a modified start here on Main Street with wave starts, no award ceremony, for instance. And today, this is the first race we've had in a few years that is back to sort of its normal status quo that we know to love as the Vasaloppet USA. And we have another finisher. Those bells are ringing just for you. We have Blue Bong from Carlton, Minnesota, finishing his 48K Vasa race. Woohoo! Way to go. And Elsa Murray is approaching our finish line. Elsa comes to us from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and she is also finishing her Vasa. Appears to be classic style. Nice job, Elsa. Steve Hagedorn from Two Harbors, finishing his Vasa. Great job, Steve. Kate Rolstad is approaching the finish line. She comes to us from St. Cloud, Minnesota, and she is finishing her Vasa race. She was all in for the long one, folks, and she did it. Erin Kroll, and she is your host for racing tomorrow. She'll be on the mic here in the announcer's booth. But also, and more importantly for today, she is the president of the Mora Ski Club and wants to tell you a little bit about what the ski club has to offer.
All right. So I know Jess already mentioned that skiing this afternoon along Union Street. So if there's any kids out there listening, you want to come and ski through the finish line, just like the pros do. And that would be awesome. But I just want to mention the mini Loppet tomorrow afternoon. I know fast trackers have been training for that. Starts tomorrow at 1:30 at the elementary school. And you're going to want to go to the school from the west side of town because there still will be Vasaloppet skiers crossing. We have somebody finishing right now. Oh, I think he's on a cool down. On a cool down. Good job. Enjoying the sunshine. It's such a lovely day out there. Whoa! Nice finish. So Ski Club, we have one more big event coming up. Next Sunday is the Founders Classic. There's 5K, 10K, and 20K distances. It's all classic stride skiing in honor of our sports founders. And the bargain price of $1 per K. So it's totally a great family fun day. If you want to do the 5K, the 20K to shake out your body after today's Vasa or tomorrow's classic. Or the 10K for the middle distance challenge. So will be a great time. That's next Sunday afternoon. And you can register for that at moraskiclub.org. What else can I talk about with the ski club here? Oh, yeah, we have Wednesday night, I think through the end of February at least, we have adult ski night on Wednesday evening. We meet at the Nordic Center at 6:30. Childcare is available. National Honor Society volunteers help with that, so that's great. So if you've got kids and you want to have a chance to ski without them, it's fantastic to get out and socialize a little bit. It's not anything intense. It's just a nice ski on the lighted trails on Wednesday nights. We did have an adult learn to ski class as well earlier in January, and I hope some of those folks, I know some were going to do the Bellringer. That's a good challenge after you do the adult learn to ski class. So hopefully some of those folks have come through with doing the Bellringer race. All right, Jess, thanks for having me, and I will be here tomorrow to be the voice of the Vasa on Sunday. Thanks a lot. See ya.
Thank you, Phoebe. Great job today on your race. Half an hour until our award ceremony in the celebration tent at 3 o'clock. let's welcome in Andrew Juhola from Mora, Minnesota. Andrew is finishing his Dala race. Nice job, Andrew. Way to go. Thanks for skiing with us today. Make sure you see the Kranskulas for your finisher's medal. Skiers lunch in the celebration tent. 6 or 7 skiers still out on the course, folks. 6 or 7 skiers having a great day on the course. And we have a finisher, Kay Helverson, joining us at the finish line. She has a big smile on her face. Had a great day out skiing. Kay came to us to ski today from New London, Minnesota. She's finishing her Dala race. Another finisher is coming to our finish line. This is Aaron Grambush, Duluth, Minnesota, finishing his Vasa ski race. Nice job, Aaron. Way to go. Don't forget, folks, tonight we'll have open ski right here on Main Street on the start-finish area for families with young children. Come out for supper and have a fun time skiing on some easy topography with your kids. I'll probably bring my 4-year-old daughter out tonight. And again, for tomorrow, just to review the schedule tomorrow, we'll have our mass start for our full classic 42K and half classic 21K races tomorrow at 10:30 right here on Main Street. Finishers for those races are expected between 11:30 and 1 p.m. tomorrow. 11:30 and 1 p.m. tomorrow. Finishers for the half classic and classic races if you want to be here to see the action on Main Street as those winners come in. I believe we have another finisher approaching the finish line with us, classic style. And we have Del Gray, Maple Grove, finishing the long race, the Vasa, 48 kilometers. Classic style. Nice job, man. You can come back and classic with us again tomorrow if you want. He gave me a thumbs up. I think that means yes. That almost closes out our festivities for the day for skiing here on Main Street. We're just awaiting our sweeper, Jack Swinghammer, who is part of the Vasaloppet board. He'll hopefully be rounding the corner there and joining us at the finish line shortly. Again, don't forget Open Family Ski tonight right here on Main Street. Come on out and get some supper and have a little bit of fun skiing with your young kids. Tomorrow we'll see at 10:30 a.m. right here for some classic skiing. Our groomers will be going over the course tonight and laying down multiple sets of tracks for tomorrow's races. 2 groomers will go over the whole course, approximately 4 hours to go over the whole course tonight, and hopefully it gets below zero so that track sets up nicely overnight for skiers for tomorrow. Weather tomorrow should be about the same, although maybe a few degrees colder on the high for the afternoon. Open skiing tonight is from 4:30 to 8:30 on Main Street. Awards are commencing now in the celebration tent for today's racing and will take place at 2 p.m. Tomorrow for the classic racing in the celebration tent. Also, don't forget we have our mini Lopet at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, and that will take place between the elementary school and the Nordic Center. It's easiest actually to approach the elementary school from the west side of town and park in the elementary parking lot due to the road closures for road crossings for the races. So a big congratulations to all the skiers that had a great day out on the trails, whether fast or slow, where their goal was to compete or to enjoy the day. In the end, everybody strove to be a skier. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Your announcer and host tomorrow will be Phoebe Meyer-Kroll, Ski Club President. Best wishes, everyone. Signing off. This is the Ski Doctor.